But I mean, again, he doesn't know who Gabriel is, right? Because he didn't come from an Abrahamic faith. The people of Mecca were pagan.
Quran is mentioned, if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
That we believe without understanding.
The brother asked a very important question that most of the scholars say that listening to music, watching movies, and most of the television programs, they're haram. So how can we have fun? Let me tell you, brother, at the outset that having fun is permitted in Islam as long as the fun is halal fun.
That the standard narrative has holes in it.
The Prophet tells us because Satan or the devil sleeps over our nostrils. Those who oversleep and not pray Fajr on time, Satan urinates in their ears.
I really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. He thought that he was a son of God in the sense that he was specially chosen by God. I think Jesus really did think he was going to be the Messiah, the future king of Israel. I mean, that is, after all, why they crucified him.
Hello everyone, and peace of Christ to all of you. Please invite your friends and let us have some good time together. I received an article written by a Muhammadan, and you know this article is really it makes me actually happy as a Christian, and I will tell you why. You will not see one Christian trying to make the God of the Christians is the same as the God of Islam, but you will find how desperate the Muhammadan are. Trying to make their God is the same as our God. And this is telling you that we are the one who is following the true God. Otherwise, why they are interested to make their God the same God as we do, right? When you are claiming that you have the truth, you have the true book of God, you have the best messenger of God, and then you are desperate to make your God is the same as the God I worship. That is telling me something about your fabricated religion. Why the Christians don't try to convince Muslims that we worship the same God? Just a question, why we don't? Why we keep saying to Muslims, no, we don't worship the same God? And why Muslims, they try their best? And they are the one who try to prove to us that the Bible is wrong and Jesus is not God, you know, and then at the end of the day, they try to make their God is the same as Yahweh. Very funny and very naive and very silly. But because they are bankrupt, and when you are bankrupt, you look for your pennies. So one of you, he sent me this article, it says, is Yahweh referred to in the Quran? And you know, the poor guy, he tried his best. You know, what is Yahweh and how Yahweh is pronounced. And, you know, he copied from here, copied from there. And supposedly, you know, like for sure, he don't know what he's talking about because he don't even know what Yahweh mean. Like, you know, when a Muslim, he starts saying to you, Yahweh mean I am who I am. But the second we ask him, this Muhammadan, why your God never said that? Why your God never said that? So the Muslim, he try hard to find that in the Quran. So he go and say, okay, you know what? I found something like this for you. What you found? I found this. Hold on, let me show you. Allah is Al-Hayyul Qayyum. Al-Hayyul Qayyum? Well, it doesn't sound like Yahweh. And not even close. And it doesn't mean the same. So what? So all this drama to come to us and to say to us that Allah, he said that he is Al-Hayyul Qayyum. And then this guy, obviously he do not know Arabic, he go to Yusuf Ali translation and he come with the translation that Al-Hayyul Qayyum mean the living, self-sustaining. And Yahweh mean the living, self-sustaining. Abdul, anyone, any kid he speak little Arabic, he knew that Qayyum is coming from the word Qiyama. Qayyum is the one who, let us say, he keep things in order. He keep things working. Let us say, he is the one who take care of whatever he created. This is what Qayyum. If you don't believe me, we can talk you to the stupid Arabic dictionary so you can read little Arabic. So don't go and look at the translation of Yusuf Ali and come to us where the meaning does not exist. I mean, this is embarrassment. So after all this article, you get me the wrong word. And even the Muslim, by the way, are not sure what Allah he meant by saying that, you know. Like Allah al-Mudabbir, which means the one who take care. Okay. Take care of what? Oh, he take care of the world. But Yahweh is not what that mean. Yahweh, you know, or God presenting himself that I am the one who exists by myself. I have no creator. I am by myself. The whole world is me. Everything is me. I am. Here, this is just the one who take care of things. So the poor Muslims, they try their best. Read with me carefully. Here it says, Al-Mudabbir, alladhi la nadda lahu. Al-Mudabbir, we can use Google translation. Al-Mudabbir, like, you know, when you say Tadbirul Bayt, like the women who take care, the lady of the house. This is what, you know, Al-Mudabbir. So Al-Qayyum wal-Qiyam is Al-Mudabbir. I feel really sorry for those Muhammadan. But you know, in here, the important is, for you as a Christian, when a Muhammadan, he come to you, especially if he is a real Muhammadan, like relax, you know, happy Muhammadan, because all of them, they are Muhammadan, they are happy. You know, it's the first thing Islam make you, the first thing make you, like, turn you to be, you are a very happy person. You are very relaxed, you know. You are doing yoga now, you know. Allah, prove that Allah is the true God is what happened to Muslims when you speak against their God. Allah is Al-Qayyum. Well, yeah, Al-Qayyum. He make you go crazy. He is in charge of the crazy ones, obviously. For the Christians, when those people, they come to you, there is no need even to argue about Yahweh. First of all, our God have a son. Do your God have a son? No. So all this article saying the Christians say, the Christians say, the Christians say, the Christians say. But don't the Christians say that God, the one they worship, he have a son? So obviously their God is not your God, you idiot. From the first line in the article, the Christians say, well, the Christian, they say that your God cannot be God, not because of the name. What if the Muslim change the God name and call him Yahweh? Is that solve the problem? I mean, how silly, how naive, how stupid, how dummy. What is that? Who cares if your God is Yahweh or whatever? Call him whatever you want. Actually, your God, Allah, he is the one who says to us in the article, you know, you call him Ar-Rahman or you call him Allah, it doesn't matter. Well, no, it does matter, because if your God is a true God, then the name matter. You will notice here, how Muhammad, the fake man, he copy names. You know, those names don't belong to him. He like a name, he hear a name, he claimed that the name belonged to his God. And the verse is so clear. There's many verses actually, not only that, you know. But when Muhammad first time, he start using the word Ar-Rahman. The Arab around him, they said to him, who is Ar-Rahman? Look like Muhammad now is worshipping two gods. Allah and Ar-Rahman. Suddenly Muhammad, he come with Ar-Rahman. Why? He received a letter from a person, his name is Rahman al-Yamama, and he believed that his God name is Rahman. Muhammad, he liked the name. He took the name, he shuffled it in his dictionary. And suddenly he started saying in the name of Allah and name of Ar-Rahman. And here you notice, this is a chapter 17. Chapter 17 in the Quran. You know that the Quran came according to revelation, right? So Muslims, they have at least two Quran. One for many who they are not according to revelation as they claim, and one which is according to revelation as they claim. If we go and search chapter 17, this chapter, where the first time the word Rahman appeared, the first time ever the word Rahman appeared, we will find that this is many years after Muhammad became a prophet, or claimed to be a prophet. Then the question will be, why Allah never said Ar-Rahman to him from the first day he spoke to him? Chapter 17, according to the Muslims, is the chapter 50. The Quran is 114 chapters, which they can't even call chapters. I mean, there's some chapters, they are not even in the length of my finger. So 50 chapter Muhammad he received, and he never mentioned that he have a name of a God. His name is Ar-Rahman. And this is why this verse here is coming in such a way, because they were asking him, why you are calling him Ar-Rahman now? What happened? When God he spoke to Moses, right away he said to him, what I am. Not 50 chapter after I will tell you who I am. This is the first question. What I will tell my people. And then Muhammad he claimed that all good names belong to Allah. Does that mean Fifi and Sisi and Dudu belong? No, what does that mean? All good names belong, all beautiful names belong to Allah. So Muhammad he could not explain why he is getting those names from, because he's a thief. And they got him busted. They told him this is the name of Rahman al-Yamama, and this is the one who he believed that his God, his name is Rahman. Muhammad now, he want to make himself look better, so he says, oh, you know what? To him, all beautiful names belong. Have you ever heard of such a stupid, silly religion? What about pig? This is a beautiful name. Piggy, Susu, Cuckoo. All those names belong to Allah? What is that? And then you will find that this Quran, there is no connection between verses and verses, you know. 1 minute he speak about Israel, the minute after he speak about Quraysh, the minute after he speak about Jesus, the minute after he speak about, you know, the prophet, he is horny, he want to have sex, the minute after he speak about it's lawful for you to have food, the minute there is no connection. So we don't care really what is the name of your God. We'll give you an example, Muhammadans. You know, there is a people, they call themselves Jehovah's Witnesses. And they have supposedly a book, it's called the Bible too. They have little differences in translation, which is make them not Christians, and little differences, or big differences actually, in the belief, which make them not Christians. So who care about the name? So first of all, for your God to be the same as Yahweh, first you have to stop being stupid. I never heard of a God, he think the sun set in the muddy water. I never heard of a God, he think that women, they have a sperm coming from their ribs. A God, he tell us that there is people who have they have ears in the size of a tent, and they sleep inside it, And when they have sex, they have 1,000 baby. Even me, I cannot do that. You know, I can have 999, to be honest with you. I mean, I never tried it. 1,000? 1,000? So the ratio between us and those Gog and Magog is 1 human to 1,000. Where we can find those people? Are they salt? So, and how in the world you build a wall between us and them? And that supposedly will stop them from coming to us. Is the earth is flat? I mean, what is that? Let us say, for the sake of argument, Greece built a wall between them and Turkey. So the Turkish people will not come to Greece. But they can go around the wall. I mean, how long this wall will go? Those people, brother, they are jailed behind the wall. And they are by trillion of people. And now we have satellite. We can see everything, you know, and still we cannot find. And you know, a wall from iron, that wall will collapse long time ago, Abdul. Will rust. Iron. So who cares if your God, his name is etc. or it's who cares? Your God is stupid. And by the way, Muhammad, he claimed that the people of Gog and Magog, who they are, some Muslims, they say they are kind of a human, but they are evil. But Muhammad, he claimed that those are the Turkish and the Asian. You see how racist he is? So our problem with this cult is not the name. And we, you know, for sure, we don't believe that your God is our God for many reasons. The nature of our God is a spirit. Is your God is a spirit? No. That's it. Bingo. From the beginning. Who needs this article now? You open the book of Genesis right away, you see God and his spirit right away. Before he created anything. Does your God have a spirit? No. Is he a spirit? No. So what the name will do now? The God of the Christian have a son. Do your God have a son? No. And you know, we as a Christian, if we take one look even at the name of Jesus, which is Yeshua, right away we will notice that this name, which is mean Yahweh, save. Yeshua is, if you go to, let us go to Matthew. Let me open Matthew 1. All right. And I'm using the Aramaic, which is the best translation actually. You can find, this is the translation for the original ancient Aramaic Bible. Shita. Shita, which means gospel, Bible. So here you see, Ye, this is Yahweh. This is the summaries of Yahweh. Shua, Yeshua. So this part of the word is Yahweh. The second part is the Savior. That is Jesus. Do you have that? You Muslims do not even know what Mikael means. You do not know what Israel means. You do not know anything. Your prophet is a thief. He steals names. And then he put them in his book. And then the second we ask them what those names mean, they go in chaos. As an example, in the Muslim interpretation, they try to explain what the Messiah mean. They say he have a flat feet. This is why he called the Messiah. So according to the genius scholars of Islam, Jesus have a flat feet. And this is why he was called the Messiah. I mean, who can beat that? Nobody. If you have a flat feet, you are the Messiah too. This is what happened when you have a thief. He is copying other books, copying other names. You do not know what they mean. And then he shuffled those names in his book. Zulqarnain. What Zulqarnain mean? The guy yesterday told me, the scholars, they told him, the sheikhs, that the guy, he lived for 200 years. Really? This is why he's Zulqarnain. So why interpretation says he got two horns because they hit him in the hammer in his head. Yesterday we have a Muhammadan who he called us, and he said, Allah don't talk. well, my God, he talk. Your God don't talk. How your God, he said, Allah, he communicate, okay? Allah, he communicate. Aman Rabbi, Aman. More signal. Allah, he communicate, he don't talk. They don't even agree about anything. They don't even know who is their God. If we ask now the Muslims, what is Allah mean, they don't know. You will see everyone, you will see 1,000, 1,000,000 article. One of them says Allah is a personal name of the God, and the other one says Allah is coming from Al-Ilah. But they can't be there both. Either it's a personal name or it's not. But because they do not know really what they are talking about. What is Gog and Magog? You see, Muhammad, he is a thief as usual. So this is mentioned in in the old scriptures about Gog and Magog as an area or location. Muhammad, he heard some stories as usual. He added them and he put them in the Quran, but those are not valid stories. And this is additional proof that Muhammad is a fraud. If you have my books, you will see I speak about Gog and Magog. However, the Quran speak about them when Zulqarnain, which means Alexander the Great, he arrived to an area, and this area there's people who live in it, and those people, they cannot even understand, and he cannot understand what they are saying, which is very stupid to say, because if you read with me, just to give you, as long as you ask me. So this is Zulqarnain, the man with the two horns, Alexander the Great. He arrived to an area, and it's between two mountains. He found beneath them people who didn't understand anything. They are stupid. Okay, this is what it says. Like they are savage, you know. They don't understand anything. But he just said they are stupid, they are savage, they don't understand anything, and then suddenly they said, Zulqarnain, can you build a dam? Like those people are smart and they have good communication. From people who do not understand the word to people who want to build a dam. You just said they are a bunch of savage who can't understand nothing, not even a word. How they cannot understand the word, and suddenly they are saying to Zulqarnain, can you build us a dam? And why they are asking him to build a dam? Why him? You know, what is exactly the point? And as long as they are stupid, why they are giving him the idea? Who is the smart here? Stupidity. And then this person, Gog and Magog, Ya'juj and Ma'juj, there is tons of hadith about them. If we go there, you will get dizzy and you will faint. Muhammad, you know, he like any of those stories, because those stories make people, let us say, you know, make them go in drugs, you know. So as an example, when Zulqarnain, he built the dam, those people, Gog and Magog, every day they try to open a hole in the wall. Muhammad, one day, he woke up. Muhammad, what happened? Today, what happened? Today, the wall of Gog and Magog has been open so much. So the wall in the time of Muhammad open. Where is Gog and Magog? Those are the signs of the judgment day. Muhammad is a false prophet then, because those people will go from the Gog and Magog wall. The people of Gog and Magog, they will come from the wall, they will control the whole earth. And this will bring the Antichrist and then the real Messiah, and this is the judgment day. That's it. So Muhammad, he claimed that this is happening in his lifetime. In different hadith, he says, you know, like, we to the Arab, we to the Arab. Like, what happened, Muhammad? What happened? He said, today, today. What happened? Today. Like, Muhammad, come on, what happened, man? Today. Like, what happened? You know? Today the whole of Gog and Magog open. Maybe this is Vladimir Putin and his army. What this guy is talking about? And he was terrified. Look, it says, the prophet of Allah came and visited me one day and he was terrified, frightened. Do you see it? I mean, this guy was obviously mentally ill. I mean, if I understand that Muhammad have 13 mother-in-law and that will make him frightened. But a little hole open in Gog and Magog, he is doing poo-poo in his pant. Why you are worried? Aren't you the prophet of Allah and Allah grant you victory? So again, he is a false prophet because he claimed that those people are coming out right away in his time, 1400 years ago. And Muhammad, he made many prophecies about this. You know, it's just, you know, fiction always bring interest. The prophet, he said, the Muslim will use bows, arrows, and shield of Gog and Magog as firewood for 7 years. Here we go. So Gog and Magog, they will attack us by, and we are Muslims now. I have 72 women, and you know, and now Gog and Magog, they will throw arrows at us. Arrows. And they are made from wood. And this is supposedly a sign of the judgment day. And this is supposedly telling you how much arrows they have. To the point from the arrows they throw at you, you will have enough wood and fire for 7 years. And here we go. Muhammad, he's stuck with the number 7 again. I mean, the stories is very, very crazy. Here, different hadith. Muhammad, he said, there is destruction. There's destruction in the store for Arabia because the turmoil which is at the hand of the barrier and Gog and Magog has opened so much. And Sufyan made a sign, pen, to help us, like to tell them how big it opened. I mean, this guy is obviously mental. This is 1400 years ago. Where are they? Did they take the wrong U-turn? Look what Muhammad he said here. The Prophet said the people will continue performing Hajj and Umrah, the Kaaba, after the appearance of Gog and Magog. Do we have any Muslim who is desperate trying to prove to us that his God is God? Isn't it clear that this man is a, you know, he grabbed any fiction story and he attached it to his religion and he tried to scare people with it so he can earn, let us say, support and people around him seeking protection. The judgment day is near and the moon is split. This is da'if. Guys, this Muhammadan saying this is da'if, you clown. Man, the defense system of the Muhammadan. How the defense system of Muhammadan work? I mean, this is stupid chat. For some reason, sometimes it's hard to stop. I stop it, still keep going. Guys, look at this. The defense system, the ready defense system, in the Muslim, they have defense system. Da'if. Da'if. This is da'if, okay? This is da'if. Oh, Abdul, what mean da'if? This is da'if. And now Christian Prince not know what would say. That's it. The Muhammadan, he said this is da'if. Da'if mean weak. So you stupid, you idiot, you are saying to me that you Muslims, you lie about your prophet and you write stories which is not supported to be true in your books. And then you call the book Sahih al-Bukhari. You idiot, this is al-Bukhari. This is al-Bukhari potato. This is da'if. Okay? Like now, Christian Prince, what he can do? That's it. We throw at him the defense. Da'if. This is da'if. Are you sure? Yes, it's da'if. What da'if mean? This is weak. Who is the weak? Your prophet? No, the hadith. What's the hadith of your? This is the hadith of your prophet. Yes, the hadith is weak. So your prophet, he speak weak stuff. You stupid Christian Prince. This is not what it meant. I meant this da'if hadith. So how the hadith is da'if? Like, what do you mean da'if? What do you mean weak? Like to strengthen it? How we can strengthen it? Why it is there? Is it true or not true? So they make a book. It's called Sahih al-Bukhari, which means the correct, authentic Bukhari. And then when we show it to them, they say this is da'if. The dummy, the son of Yummy. Embarrassment. Anything is embarrassment. They say it is da'if. Anything. Muhammad, he come from the sleep, terrified. Great evil is nearly approaching them. Like, what the heck? What happened, Muhammad? What happened, Habibi? What happened? Huh? Great bad news. Great bad news, Habibi. Muhammad, what happened? His flushed red face. Muhammad, he woke up from the sleep with a flushed red face. What happened? He said, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. A we to the Arab from the great evil is nearly approaching them. Nearly? Nearly. And this is 1400 years ago. And this is Sahih Bukhari. Da'if. Any Muhammadan have anything to say? Actually, I invited them. You remember the Muslim, he called me once and he told me he studied the case of Zulqarnain and Al-Khudr. I texted him, I said, you want to join us? He says, I'm not interested. I said to him, did you leave Islam or not yet? He said, I'm not interested. No one submit to Allah and leave Islam. You know, you should watch us yesterday. We have tons of them left Islam. What do you mean nobody join Islam and leave Islam? Anyone who read 2 words about Muhammad, he will die laughing and he will see how stupid he is. Your prophet is certified idiot. I challenge anyone here to tell me, isn't it, this is a clear proof that this is a false prophet? He made a prophecy that the Gog and Magog open. And by the way, you know, he claimed that this is a sign of the judgment day. So how it open in the judgment day? We were discussing the last hour, brother, of the judgment day. The prophet, he said, you will not see the judgment day until those things happened. Really? Yes, brother. He mentioned the smoke, and there's a smoke will come. I smoke people here every day. Okay, this is one of them. Dajjal. Okay, that is the false, supposedly the false Messiah. There's million of them. I mean, right now we are, as we speak, there's many they claim that they are the Messiah. Right now. What this guy is talking about. And then the beast. And then the rising the sun of from the west. And why and how the sun will rise from the west. And by the way, there's a video in YouTube with background music. You know, the Muslim background music. You know, the worship echo, you know, like echo cult. And they claim that scientists discover that the earth rotation is slowing down. And brother, will arrive one day to the point the rotation will stop. And then brother, the rotation will go in the opposite direction, and then the sun will appear from the west. But the potato, the coward, the liar who made those videos, he is not telling the truth. It is the sun changing direction, you coward, not the earth rotation. And this is the proof. You see, Islam only work with the ignorance. This is why the Muhammadan, they hate my videos, because we created a wave of education which nobody can resist and nobody can stop. All those videos they made about science and miracles and etc., it turned to be a fraud and the opposite. This is what Muhammad, he says about the sun will appear from the west. It's not the earth rotation, you coward liar. It is the sun goes every day. Sleep under the throne of Allah and ask permission to come back. In their video, suddenly it is about the rotation of the earth. Can you believe it, how much they lie? By the way, I ordered a new microphone. I'm using still the old one, which is look like when I speak for more than 4 hours, which is weird to speak for 4 hours, isn't it? Isn't it? I mean, this guy, he lose his voice, and then he comes second day and he go 4 hours. I mean, what's wrong, man? You should not talk 2 hours. My friend, I love to save the Muslims, and I love to teach the Christians, and I believe this is the best ever things I can do in my life. Some people, they will come to YouTube and they share, if they have something to share, for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. For me, if I can share all my life, I will. And actually, this is what I'm doing. So where the sun goes? Yeah, we order a new microphone. Let us see when it arrives. You know, and this microphone, by the way, I saw in the description, it speaks Spanish, Japanese, Taiwanese, Wahawanese, and Korean, you know, Indonesian, this microphone speak, and, you know, and Quran. It says that in the description, brother, you know, it says in the description, okay, that this microphone speak all languages, many languages, not all of them, to be honest with you, because the other one which teach to speak all languages is expensive, because it's made by halal.com, you know. Yeah. So anyway, when we have it installed, we will let you know, so we can see the difference in the voices. Do you know where the sun goes? Muhammad, please don't tell us. Muhammad, please don't make poo-poo. I mean, somebody tell this guy to stop making poo-poo. Here we go. Muhammad voluntarily, and by the way, the Muslims in their videos, who they were refuting the apostle prophet, supposedly, they said, yes, apostle prophet, yes, this hadith is the correct one, and this one get you busted. Like, what the heck? This hadith is the correct one? That's something. Yeah, it doesn't speak 70 million language. You are right. Only Al-Hussein can do that. Al-Hassan Al-Hussein can do that. 70 million, you know. Actually, you know what? I think my grandfather, he used to speak 70 million and a half language, you know. I think he did beat him. Yeah. But you know what happened, brother? At that time, there was 70 million. But when the computer came, the computer, like, destroy all languages, you know, because people now, they are just using WhatsApp. Like, nobody talk no more. Like, you will see a person say to his person, they say, what's up? You know? Like, there's no, and Allah don't talk no more. Allah is a mute, as we heard yesterday from the Muslim caller, you know? Allah don't talk. Allah communicate. He, really? Yes, he don't talk. He communicate. Oh, that's deep. That's so deep. So where the sun goes, Muhammad? The sun, okay, goes, prophet, I do not know. You tell me, because you are the prophet. Muhammad, he loved those things, you know. He loved to ask, and he heard the answer. Allah and his messenger know best. He feels so proud. Yes, me and Allah knows best. I am Allah in this earth. I will make you shish kebab, all of you. My mic make echo? Yeah, actually, they told me if you don't, okay, they told me the new mic, if doesn't have echo, just use it in the bathroom, and then you will hear echo, you know. So I can move it there if you wish. It's okay, but it might come with a smell or something. And then Allah will be upset if I use the microphone in the bathroom. He is saying his name there. He will be very upset because Allah cannot enter the bathroom. I mean, have you ever heard of a religion? Does God, he have angels? They cannot enter a house of a dog. or a bell, and then it doesn't enter a mosque, have somebody ate garlic? What's wrong with these angels? They are very weak, man. They are very weak. Very weak. Yeah. So, the angel of death, he cannot come to my house because I have garlic. I have garlic in the kitchen. I'm telling you. I have a garlic in the, in the behind the door. You open the house door, but right away behind the door. So if an angel of death, he came, I throw garlic at him. Right away, he will run away. Coward. I never heard of an angel, he don't enter a house because of a garlic and little puppy. Anyway, let us go back to the story here, which is very scientific. If you want to believe in a true prophet, and you are seeking true wisdom, this wisdom in front of you. How Muhammad, he knew this? You tell me. That the sun goes every day? Every day. I mean, what? Thank God I am not the sun. Every day I have to do this. Every day. I mean, what about once a week? And here you see, the sun every day goes and prostrate itself to the resting place. She go and take a nap. Yeah, look like the sun is it's like a cat under the chair. If you have a cat and you see your cat, like you look for her and she is like, well, I can't see her because she is under the chair. Make invitation for people who have a question. My friend, this is not the way you invite Muslims. You invite Muslims by saying to them, call me and get versions. Questions, they are not interested. Versions, they will go and do anything to get the versions. What questions? You have the wrong advertising, my friend. If you open a company in the Middle East, nobody will buy from you. Question. If you have a question, call us. Say if you need versions, call us. You will see the line will be long busy. Imagine if this program here is run by, some women, she is good looking, and, man, Muslim will be calling non-stop. Unbelievable. Huh? Look what you can do. It's a Christian prince. Yeah. So anyway, where the sun goes, the sun goes and rests, brother, under the throne of Allah. Then its falls prostrate and remain there until it's asked to raise up and go to the place. Okay. Once you come, and it goes back, this is every day, continue emerging from rising place, which means the east. Okay. Then it glides till it reach its place of rest under the throne and falls prostrate again and again. Okay. And then it says here, return and emerge out from the rising place. Okay, we got it, Muhammad. Are you going to keep saying that? I mean, we got it. The guy, he keep repeating this, the same thing. So, and then the sun goes and comes back in. Okay. And then the sun goes again and come back in. And okay. And then, okay, let's go to the end of the story, because here there's nothing really. He's repeating himself. So, and then return and emerge from its rising place, and it is glid in such a normal way that people do not discern anything. Discern, usual in it, between two brackets, till it reached resting place under the throne. Then it would be said to it, raised up out from the place of your sitting, and would raise from the place of the sitting. Then the messenger of Allah said, do you know what would happen? Look at the action, look. I need the background and music with this. I mean, we cannot just do this like this. Hold on. I mean, you see, people will not really enjoy the wisdom It's kind of like a wisdom and dumb at the same time, you know, of this. Unless you share it with... This is why all Muslim videos, they have music background. Even so, the music is haram, but they cannot resist the temptation. So, okay, here, let's see. So, brother, the prophet, he said to them, do you know what would happen? A moment of silence. The crowd is listening. People stop breathing. What to expect? It's a mystery. The prophet is going to tell us an extreme news which nobody knows save Allah and His Messenger. And now, commercial break. If you like to know what's happening with the sun rising from its place, please subscribe to YouTube Movie so you can join and see the series. Then you will learn what will happen in the next episode. Thank you very much. What the heck is that? Look at the action, man. I mean, look at this. Like, do you know what will happen? I mean, those people are going to make poo-poo before you tell them. And now, after all of this, he did not tell them what will happen. I mean, look at the answer. Do you know what will happen? Look, look, look. I mean, look. Let us play it again. Do you know? Do you know when it would happen? It would happen at the time when faith will not benefit one who was not previously believed or has a drift. No good from the faith. But you did not tell us what will happen. Stop the music. Shouldn't you tell us first what will happen? I mean, where is the news? What will happen? What will... Ah, he told you it's going to come from the west, brother. But in the translation, it doesn't show. Where is the west? Where? They took it off. You see, the Muslims, in order to hide the disaster, they took it off. It's not there. I don't see it. Anyone see it? I don't see it. And here it says, طالع من مغربها. It's going to come from the west. They did not put it there. So a person reading in English now, what he will... right? So this is the knowledge of the Prophet of Allah, which nobody have, obviously. And this is a clear proof that Muhammad has a true God who knows how the sun set every day. She goes every night, sleep under his chair like a cat. And she said to him, meow, and she prostrate. And Allah, he said to her, how? Which means go back where you come from. Until one day, he ordered her to go back and appear from the west. And then if you go on YouTube, the Muslim, they have videos totally the opposite of what this is saying, claiming something have nothing to do with this, claiming that this is scientifically accurate, that the earth will start re-rotating. which means the sun will change the rotation direction. I mean, do you see how they manipulate their stories? Okay. Let us see. The Earth rotation hadith. I'm typing in Arabic. I hate it when I do that, brother. Let us change. The Earth law rotation Islam. Okay, let's see. Look how many hadith, brother. Look how many. Shocking, brother. Shocking. Prophet Muhammad prophesied. Brother. Prophet Muhammad prophesied the rotation of the earth. Prophet Muhammad, he prophesied the rotation of the earth. Abdul, that he prophesied the opposite. He's not, what rotation of the earth? I mean, do you see how they manipulate things and they switch what is stupid, they make it a miracle? Do you see how they fabricate? The hadith says that the sun will goes every day. In the video they say the sun is the earth is going to slow on rotation. Let me click at this video, hold on, just for entertainment. We want to be sure first there's no music. Okay.
I hope you're well. In this video we'll attempt to touch upon the theory science provides us on the rotation of the earth on its axis.
Wow.
Now we all know that science is considered by most people as the absolute truth. But is it really?
Really?
Well, not all can be scientifically true. But this we know that earth rotates on its axis since the creation of the universe.
And then this kid, he will quote for you. And by the way, I thought this is a sheikh. There's a big sheikh, he make a video about it, which is very funny. And then he will say to you, well, the prophet, he says this, and he will mention what? The hadith we are quoting. How the prophet, he knew this? The prophet will rise from the west. You stupid. How you are speaking about the earth rotation when you're a prophet saying the sun will rise from the west? It is the sun rising and the hate in front of us. Do you see how they try to fool you? So if you are a person do not know really, and by the way, they will not quote the whole hadith. They quote one sentence. The sun will rise from the west. The rest of the stupid story, they hide it. And here we go. This is Hadith Sahih al-Bukhari 4635. You go read it. You will see it's not what he is saying. It is the opposite. How desperate this cult is. Their prophet saying something, they say something else, trying to make it scientifically accurate. Do we have any Abdul? Any Abdul? I mean, can you believe it? The prophet, he says the sun will rise from the west, and they claim that this is the rotation of the earth. When the whole hadith saying the sun every day goes, the sun every day goes, with straight sleep under the throne of Allah. Allah order it, and then Allah will order it to go back from and rise from the west. They manipulate and they switch the whole story to the opposite direction. And brothers and sisters, we need your help. Now I know where this rotation is going. This rotation is going to Patreon. I was wondering where this rotation is going to end. Ah, brother. Aha, ma Rabbi Amar. Oh boy. Do we have any Muhammadan? And you know, by the way, Allah, above him there is air, and underneath of him there is water. Yeah. Any Abdul? My Skype is open. If there is any Abdul would like to call us, feel free. You know, but just to let you know, in case you call us and you defend Allah and you prove it, anything, Allah will give you extra versions. And their versions are described in the Quran. They have a very nice vagina. And each time you use it, it's going to become a virgin again. Which is a form of a cheating. But I mean, it's like, I mean, imagine yourself, you did not sleep with them yet. You know, they are virgin, but not virgin. And you know, I learned from this religion that the word virgin does not mean virgin. In case you do not know. The word virgin in Islam means that you sleep with a lot of women, but you are still single. Yes, brother, yes. I'm telling you. Virgin in this religion is you sleeping around, but you are still single.
We have thayyib. A thayyib is a woman, usually a person, who is either married, has been married, whether divorced, widowed, or still married. He's considered to be a thayyib. In Islam, if a virgin commits fornication and that person, he or she, are caught or is caught red-handed, and red-handed means that 4 male Muslim witnesses.
So brother, if a Muslim woman, she is single and she, she has slept over and over and over, she is still virgin. And the guy who keeps saying to me, fried potato, my friend, next time you come here, at least bring that girl with you. Do us a favor. A bunch of potatoes, all of you. Freddy, Susu, Dudu, Momo, all of them, they own you. But nobody dare to call me. And now we have here nothing except virgins who slept a lot with a lot of Muslim men. But they are still virgin, brother. I mean, look at the wisdom. This religion is really so deep. You know, who in the world can come with such a high standard ethical title of virginity? Virgin is women who slept a lot with a lot of men, but nobody got her red-handed, or she is still single.
And was not married before. And this is sort of called in Islam as a virgin. So a man or a woman who has not married in their life, they're considered to be virgins. Even if they committed adultery or fornication many times, still.
They are virgin, brother. I mean, who can beat that? We have to be honest here. Who can beat this? Nobody. Any Muhammadan? You guys don't mention those names. It's okay. You know, they are just kids. Let's focus on the topic. Susu, Mumu, Dudu, here we don't care. Here we hit the head of the snake. We don't care for the tails. Those are little tails, lizard. You don't even dare to get close to me. So leave the lizard alone. Focus on the snake, the head of the snake, Allah and His Prophet. The rest, they don't count. So, do we have any Muslim can explain to us how Islam works? How does God work? How you come to the Christian and you say to them, well, we have the same God. I'm serious. How you say to them, we have the same God? How we have the same God? How a woman, she slept with many men, just because she is still single, she is virgin. Gadan Shan Banu saying, I believe all religions are silly. I am Hindu. Hey, my friend Gadan, how are you? I like Hindu people. I really like Hindu people. My friend Gadan, I can tell that your brain is functioning very good because you are eating zucchini only. But don't make me angry, otherwise I will eat beef and that will hurt your feeling. I believe all religion are, I know, stupid and silly. I am a Hindu. You just said you are stupid too, because you just said all religion are stupid. I mean, what's wrong with those people? Do people have a brain? I believe all religion are silly. I am a Hindu. That means you have religion. That means you are silly. Don't get married. She will eat your beef, and she will hurt your feeling. Unbelievable. But the sky is dropping on me. I don't know. Sometimes it's not rain. For sure it's not rain. Sometimes it's zucchini. Sometimes it's tortini. I don't know. Be careful. Be careful when you come here. You talk to me. You know, I will make you shish kebab in 2 seconds. You can't do bully with me. No bully work with me. You can do the bully with different people. With me, I will make you hummus. Look at this. Look at this peaceful mouth. Look at this. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Look at those happy faces. Look how nice they are. I mean, unbelievable. I want to move. I want to move to Pakistan, brother. I cannot resist the temptation to move to Pakistan. Allah is there. You can tell in their faces. They are very happy people, very relaxed, and they are meditating. Relax. Allah make me happy, brother. Really? Are you sure? Yes, brother. When I recite Quran, brother, I'm so happy. I can tell, brother. I can tell. Guys, why, Andrew? Why you block the guy? Why you block the guy? He is posting a verse from the Bible. So Muhammad, in the Bible it says if a woman, she is doing fornication, you know, stone her. Okay, can you tell me why your prophet copying this if this is bad? And why we cannot find it in the Quran? You know, when a Muhammadan, he tried to fix it, he make it more blind. If this is wrong, you see in the Bible, if a woman, she is sleeping around, they stone her. In Islam, if a Muslim woman, she is sleeping around, she's a virgin. And then your prophet, he tried to act like the Jews. So he said, okay, you know what? Allah, he gave me verses for stoning to death. And then we look for those verses. We don't find them. Later, we discovered that there is an CIA, Mossad agent, goat, ate the Quran. And what is amazing, that this goat, she knew how to read, how to write, because she flipped the pages of the Quran. And she chew only certain verses, which is make it so fishy. I mean, have you ever heard of a goat? She go and eat certain verses? Any Muslim can explain that to me? The verses of a breastfeeding for adult was in different chapter from the verses for stoning to death. That means this goat, she flipped the Quran with her tongue. You know, she flipped the pages, and then she chose specifically certain pages and she ate them. Brother, I believe that the one who ate those verses is the Muhammadan, not the goat. They are ashamed of it, so they decide to eat it. Because, you know, even if this is true, the goat, she ate it. Well, the goat, she ate the Quran, she did not eat your memory. How come not a single Muslim can recite for us the breastfeeding for adult 10 times verses? I have a challenge. I will give you one-way ticket to Afghanistan ticket. Vacation, you know, you enjoy it. A lot of drugs there. If you can recite for me the 10-time breastfeeding verses which is missing from the Quran, which the goat ate it, who can accept the challenge? Brother, the Quran is preserved, brother. Okay, who wanna give us the words of the 10-time breastfeeding for adult which is missing from the Quran? Anyone? And I'm serious, I will buy you one-way ticket to Afghanistan. Anyone? The goat ate it, and you go around and you say the, you know, the Quran preserved, and the goat ate it, and we okay, the goat ate the verse. Did the goat eat your memory? A goat destroyed the words of Allah? Who want to believe in such a garbage? I believe that the goat can eat the Quran for sure, but I feel sorry for her. But however, but the goat ate the Quran, but she did not eat your memory, and obviously there is something behind this. Right? There's something behind it, obviously. The one who ate this is the Muslims. Anyone? Can I make it two-way tickets? Well, my friend, a person, he go to Afghanistan. Why in the world you want to waste your money and give him two-way tickets? Taliban will take him right away from the second he arrived in the airport. What, two-way tickets? Why you want to spend too much money for no reason? Can you tell me about the verses? Yeah, you can tell me about the verses. Sure, sure. The only one who can tell us about those verses is the ultimate fort. Nobody knows about those verses except the ultimate fort. Who knows? Nobody. Ultimate fort will tell us about the Quran verses missing. Are you the ultimate fort? Are you there? It's ultimate fort. I knew it. Son of Muta. You know, you don't have a dignity, you idiot. I mean, you keep holding my shoes and my socks, and I keep pushing you away. You want to run? Sure, you're a disgusting creature. You want to run? I told you the only one who can tell us about those verses is ultimate fault. You did not believe me, and he just called. He is the only one who knows everything. It doesn't matter what it is. And you do not speak Arabic. Who needs Arabic? No, who needs Arabic? Come on. We told him that the prophet wife, she having sex around. He said, oh, why I shall care? He don't care. He's a decent man, you know. He loved the prophet and his wife. He don't care for the honor of his prophet. Why you will care? Why? Why? Unbelievable. Listen, this guy is the best. Can we have an Arabic, secular and Islamic definition of virgin? I mean, the guy explained to you, what do you want more? He says it doesn't matter how many times the woman she sleep, as long as she is single. According to Islam, she is considered as a virgin. And you're asking me to give you more description. What's wrong with you, man? You people are not really, even the dog is upset. Look, there's a dog in the street is barking. You know? A woman. So if you ever, like, you are going to, if you date a Muslim woman, Muslim girl, and she is single, you ask her, I have a question. Are you a virgin? She says, sure, I swear by Allah. I swear by Allah, I'm a virgin. She swear. I swear by the moon.
Sort of called in Islam as a virgin. Differs. So if a person fornicates, This means that he is not married and was not married before. And this is sort of called in Islam as a virgin. So a man or a woman who has not married in their life, they're considered to be virgins, even if they committed adultery or fornication many times, still.
Okay, I have a mission for you. Who's going to make a short video about this one? You know, cut this part when I'm talking here like about it and publish it in the internet. Let everybody like make a title. What is a virgin? Why all Muslim girls are virgin? Why all single Muslim women are virgins? Everybody will click to see like why. Wow, I mean, really? Wow. Why 100% of Muslim girls, I'm giving you just idea of titles. How 100% of Muslim single girls, they stay virgins? Everybody will click. And then they will see how amazing this religion is. They stay virgin because they are sort of virgin. Do we have any Muhammadan? Anyway, so you know, like when one of you, he sent me this article about Yahweh is the same as Allah, I was laughing. You know, remember you Christians, when a Muslim, he says such a silly thing for you, you ask him, do your God have a son? He will say no. So see? I mean, you make an article saying that the Christian, they're saying that Allah cannot be the same God because Muhammad did not say Yahweh. Is that really the reason? No. The nature of our God is different. Our God in the Old Testament, in the New Testament, He is a spirit. He is a spirit. Your God is not a spirit. So obviously we have different God. Our God have a son. Your God doesn't have a son. Obviously we don't have the same God. Your God ethic is satanic ethic. Our God ethic is very high standard. So we have a huge differences. It's not the name. The Muhammadan, they think if they buy a donkey and they put a sign of Rolls Royce on it, that will make it a Rolls Royce. My friend, trust me, the donkey will stay a donkey and the Rolls Royce will stay a Rolls Royce. You want a link? I will give you a better way. The punishment for adultery, fornication, zina in Islam, Asim Hakim. Come on. If you search this, you will find it right away. This is the best way because later people, they might not, those who watch the video, they might say, where we can find this, where, you know? So search for this. Punishment for adultery. I mean, how punishment for adultery? The girl, she is virgin. Even if she slept with 1 billion times. Oh boy. That's why it's scary in the Middle East, man. You ask a girl, are you a virgin? She will say, I swear by Allah. I swear by Allah, very virgin. Nah, man, that's so good. You swear? I swear. By who? By Allah. That's mean you are really lying. That's mean you are really certified, not virgin. Virgin. Yeah, virgin again. Do we have any version? Any Muhammadan? You know, there's things they do in the Middle East. I don't talk about it because it's very filthy, very dirty. But there is a woman, her name is Foxy. Anyone remember her? This is a blonde woman. Obviously, she is mental. She converted to Islam. She's from Canada. And then after she lived with the Muslims, she started noticing how hypocrite the society is. So nobody want to marry her. Why? Because she is not a virgin from the Muslims. No, she's not a virgin. And then she say, well, then the virgin. And she started describing what Muslim girls they do. And I'm not going to speak dirty, but she explained how they do it in the wrong location. How they go to the library, but in fact they are doing it to do boom boom, but in the back. So she say, yes, they are virgin But in reality, they are not. I forgot what her name, you know. I mean, she called herself Foxy. Actually, I made a video about her. It was a funny video. Let us see if I can find it. This is a very long, old video, you know, maybe 20 years ago. Before you are born. Here we go, here we go. The video is here. This is somebody, one of you is posting the video there 9 years ago. And she said, yes, they are virgin, but they are the one who took it in the ass. What? Yeah, search for it. I'm not going to play it. Search for the video. You know, when I used to make videos, do you know that I came to YouTube because Muslims, they invited me? Do you know that? Muslims, they start posting pictures saying this is a Christian prince. So I said to myself, you know what? It's time to go to YouTube. I want to see what is that YouTube. They are the one. I never thought about YouTube. Muslims is the one who challenged me to go to PalTalk to debate them. I went to PalTalk, we made them shish kebab. Muslims is the one who challenged me. They said, well, if you are really so knowledgeable about Islam, how come we never heard that you have a book? I said to myself, it's time to write a book. Everything I did, it was inspired by the Muhammadan. You believe it or not? How come you don't have books if you are so knowledgeable? To myself, like, what? Man, you got a point there. Brother and sister, they said that they get the point. If you are knowledgeable, how come you don't have the book? So I advise Christian Prince, if you are knowledgeable, make books. So Christian Prince, he decided to write books. But I wish I can find the original video, the one I made, the one that she is talking. Yeah, this is her. Unbelievable. She was living in Dubai, and she had many boyfriends.
You guys was like, no, both of them has to be virgins, blah, blah, blah. But this was, in fact, the point I was getting at, 50-50 share. So how is it fair that these guys off doing this are going to get their an untouched wife?
She is saying all Muslim men, they sleep around, but when they want to marry a virgin. So she's showing the hypocrisy of this religion.
You know, whatever that means exactly. If they themselves are not, or like, have had sex with more people than I can count, and not even in relationships, just one-night stands. Now, like I said, the girls are just to blame, but yeah, they themselves do not expect to get married to a man that was never touched. And then there's the issue of not being touched.
Now there's the issue of not being touched. How it work?
Now, I have, you know, Muslim girlfriends, boy Muslim girlfriends. Now herein lies the problem. They wear their hijab. They are very proper, very prim. You never know. They are the ones giving head, and yes, in the libraries, and they are the ones getting it up the ass because.
Stop. No comment. She converted to Islam, and now she is a Muslim. And now she discovered how Muslim girls, they stay virgins. Love in paradise. As long as your name is Love in Paradise, what if you call me and I will show you that your prophet, he practiced from that book? And not only that, he took an oath in it, just to show you that you are stupid like your prophet. You know, Muslims, they are desperate. They do not know what to say, do not know what to do. This is what you practice in your religion, you idiot. Actually, just last year, there were a strike in Algeria, a strike in Morocco, about not to force the one who rape a woman to marry her. But if you go there, you will see that this man who played with the women, which means he used her, he have to marry her to fix his crime, and he cannot divorce her. Otherwise, he will be killed. So you are a coward like your prophet. You took from the Jews what they have there, and you practice it for the last 14 centuries. And your prophet, he practiced it. And now you are talking about forcing a woman to marry the one. Hold on, no, he's talking about a different one. Hold on. Genius. Forces women to marry her husband, brother. Forcing a woman to marry her husband, brother. You Muslim, don't you marry your sister-in-law if the brother die? Do you? Do you want me to show you how many of your companions they did that? At the same time, if we go there, cowards. Cowards, as usual. The same book, the Muslim they claim they are against and they are complaining about is the same book Muhammad, he took his hand, he placed it on it, and he took an oath with it. If you go to the verses he is talking about this coward, you will see the following it says. You will see that she is not forced to anything. If she want to marry, she will marry the brother. Why? Because this is a tribal system. So they don't want the girl to go to a stranger. The one who will take of the children is the uncle. To be sure that the children will be treated fairly, not a strange man, he will treat them miserably. Do you have something better in your religion? I will show you. In your religion, if a woman she die and her husband, his name is Muhammad, nobody can sleep with her even if she is 17 years old like Aisha. Why? Because Muhammad is a filthy, horny animal who is jealous, who will not let anyone to touch her. If a Muslim woman, she got divorced from a normal man, not like Muhammad, 3 times, she cannot go back to her previous husband unless she go and sleep with a new husband and he tastes her juice and she tastes her juice. And that husband can be a brother, anyone, even a taxi driver. And about marrying a brother in Islam, I can show you right now tons of fatwas. Let me search on Google. Cowards. Liars. Okay, you know what? Actually, what I want to search for this, I can show you that you can marry your own daughter in Islam. I mean, why I skipped this one, I'm not sure. Here we go. This is the Quran. Forget about marrying your, which is lawful in Islam. But what about marrying your own daughter from your blood? If she is not your daughter from marriage, you can have sex with her. Chapter 25, verse number 54. فَجَعَلَهُ نَسَبًا وَصَيْرًا. Let's read the interpretation and let everybody laugh at the garbage of Muhammad. And I challenge any Muslim to say, I am lying. This is your official government website of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As you see, Quran.ksu, Saudi Arabia, EDU Education SA. And this is run by the Ministry of Islam. What it does say? It says, it is not haram, it is lawful. وَإِذَا لَمْ يَكُنْ نَسَبَ شَرْعًا فَلَا صِهْرَ شَرْعًا فَلَا يُحَرَّمُ الزِّنَا بِبِنْتِ وَلَا بِنْت. ولذلك لم يدخل تحت قوله حرمت عليكم أمهاتكم وبناتكم بنته من الزنا. Translation. Actually, we can use Google Translation. Let me send you the link, and you can use Google Translation for the Abdul who is talking. So look what the Muslims are talking about. Complain about what? This is a tribal system the Jews they practice to preserve their society, or they are, in that time they are very close tribal system, and they don't allow anyone to mix with them. And the woman, her husband, he died, who will take care of her children and her, and you will see the Muslim, they practice exactly the same. But here we notice, fatwa is not Quran. Well, why you don't call me and I will show you? I'm showing you from the Quran now. This is Quran, and this is the interpretation. You are saying to me I'm lying. Why you don't call me and prove me that I'm lying? Same time, isn't it the fatwa is based in the Quran? So when you say we have a fatwa saying you can do that, then how it is fatwa, and how you Muslim don't make a revolution about something not Islamic then? How you call it fatwa? Fatwa means it's according to Allah. So this is how stupid you are. You say fatwa is not Quran. Mental. This is Tafsir al-Qurtubi, chapter 25, verse number 54, translate to English. It is not haram to have sex with your daughter as long as she is a daughter from adultery. If she is a daughter from real marriage, no, you cannot. It says here that Almighty, he says, that he made lineage from marriage. You know, lineage is from marriage. But lineage can be from mixing water between male and female. But it have to be according to Sharia. But because she is not his daughter, according to the most accurate of two opinions, and to the most accurate scholars of the two opinion in the religion, as long as there is no lineage according to the Sharia, there is no legal marriage, and there is no forbidden for fornication with the girl and the mother and her and the daughter. So this is Google translation, which is not pretty good, but it's enough. You can fornicate with your daughter as long as she is a daughter from fornication. What you say? Hey, this is you know, this is not Islamic. This is your Islamic official government website. What say you? Any Muslim? Any Muslim complaining? Anyone? Any Muhammadan? No comment. No comment. That's it. Very quiet. You can marry your wife, sister. You can, you know, if she is, you know, if your sister, your wife, she die, you can marry her sister. You can marry the opposite, etc. Muslim, they promote and they allow all kind of those marriages, but only in YouTube they complain about them and they claim that Islam is not what they say. Is that your Muslim website? Is that the hadith of your prophet? They are giving you all kinds of options. Anyway, potatoes. Do we have any brave Muslim would like to call us? Recent scholars say otherwise. Will you show me? Can you show me? Here we go. What's scholars say otherwise? Show me. Muslims, they have big mouth, but the second we challenge them to show us what they are talking about, I mean, look who is talking about ethic. People who follow a man, he go to his own son wife, when the husband is not home, he flirt with her. He flirt with his own son, and then he slept with her, and then they tell us who to marry, who not to marry. A nation who believe that Muslim women, as long as she is single and she sleep with a billion man, she is considered as a virgin. They are coming to teach us about ethic. Isn't it amazing? A prophet who is a child molester, who his wife is 6 years old girl, they are teaching us about what is ethic. Actually, I challenge a Muslim now to call me, and I will show you that there is no penalty if you marry your mother in Islam. Who want to do that? Who want to challenge me? Why you cannot answer? My wife, stepdaughter has no blood with me. Why I should be haram for me then? Abdul Fattah, are you asking me a question or you are being trolled now? Abdul Fattah is a smart person. He said this. Why can't you answer question, please? My wife's stepdaughter has no bloodline with me. Why should she be haram for me then? Who said she is haram? Show me. Show me a verse from the Quran that says you cannot marry her. Go ahead. My problem? Okay, hold on. Okay, I guess now it's better. Abdul Fattah, I want you to show me the verse in the Quran where it says that you cannot marry a stepdaughter. I think the microphone now is fine. So imagine this garbage religion. They can marry their own daughter as long as she is a daughter from fornication. And this is not me saying that. I just posted the link for you and you can check it out yourself. They can have sex, not marry actually. It doesn't say marry, by the way. Let me correct. It doesn't say you can marry her. It says you can sleep with her, fornicate with her. So fornication with a daughter, she is not your daughter from marriage. She's daughter from blood. She's real daughter. You can have sex with her. And what is the reason? Very simple. Well, she is not a daughter according to Islam. As simple as that. And this is Al-Qurtubi, and I'm posting the link for everybody. And I challenge you to say I'm lying. Go ahead. I challenge you to call me and show me how I'm lying. If you want to talk about Catholic deficiency, why you don't talk about, sorry, talk about sexual deficiency, or talk about Catholic Church? Abdul, the Catholic Church, they have size of monks in the size of Saudi Arabia. So if a country have 30 million, and there is a 300, 400, 500 people, and 30 million are bad, that is a very good country. I can show you right now in Saudi Arabia that every 45% of the children of Saudi Arabia, they've been molested and they've been raped by their own parents or their own family. Do you want me to play the video for you? So for us, whoever those priests, they are filthy like your prophet, they will go to hell. And as long as you are rejecting them, or you are talking against them, you said the child molestation, right? Well, your prophet is a child molester. Those people are following the steps of Muhammad. There's a verse in the Quran that's speaking about sleeping with orphan. In the Quran, a good Muslim man is the one who sleeps with orphan. Do you want to prove me wrong? So when somebody, he come to us, you know, in the news, do you know why it's in the news? Because this is very rare. So they will get exposed. Even in jail, they will get punished badly because even criminals will kill them. Those child molester. In Islam, all of you are child molester because you follow the steps of the Prophet. In Yemen, the average of age of marriage for children, they are 7 to 8. And this is how it was for centuries. And now, like now, they are trying to copy from France and other countries. So they increase the age of marriage. But your prophet is the first child molester. So if you are against a person who is a child molester, regardless if he is a priest or not, shouldn't you be against a prophet? To be a prophet is a child molester? Do you see the hypocrisy? Cowards, hypocrites. In Afghanistan right now, they are selling their children for sex. Shall I show you the news? Give me a second. And the mullahs is the buyers. Who is the one who's buying? The mullahs. Is that your religion? Number one culture practice in Afghanistan, not only they rape children, they have something it's called bachabazi. They bring a boy, they dress him like a girl, and they make him dance as a girl. At the end of the party, they rape the boy. They sleep with him. And those are Taliban leaders, the one who practice Sharia. Go right now and search for bachabazi. I never saw somebody speak about ethic as Muslims they do. Nobody speak about ethic as Muslims they do. But they have zero. They have none. Too much talk about ethic. Their judges is corrupted. Their God is corrupted. Their prophet is corrupted. Their prophet is a child molester. Abdul Fattah, I gave you the link, potato. Don't tell me it doesn't say the CP. The link in front of you, even if you use Google Translation, it shows you that. You are a coward. You are a coward. And you know what? I give you a chance to call me right now. My Skype is open and I will make you read by yourself live on air. Is that fair, guys? It doesn't say anything like that in the Quran. Well, if it doesn't say that anything like this in the Quran, so why Al-Qurtubi saying that then? And why this is in your official government website? Why Muslims don't make a revolution against it? If somebody make a cartoon of Muhammad, you kill him. Somebody saying you have sex with your daughter is okay, it's okay. Nobody, I don't see Muslims angry about it. You are adulterers, you have 3 gods. We see, this is another stupid Muslim. The Quran says that you Christians will believe that the Messiah is Allah. So it look like your God is stupid because according to you, we have 3 gods. According to Allah, we have 1 God. Stupidity is amazing. Donkeys. He lived as a donkey. He never come back as a horse. Show me the Quran, I show you to the seer. Don't get out of here. I don't have time for kids. Show me the Quran, okay? Show me the Quran. So if the Quran doesn't say that, why the seer says that? Hey, people, the Quran, brother, doesn't say that, brother. So why in the interpretation for the Quran it say so? If the Quran doesn't say it so, you see this? People laugh at you, Abdul. If the Quran doesn't say so, so why your interpretation, your scholar saying so? Can you tell me? We are the people who they are victorious until the day of judgment. And this is what your Quran is saying. You cannot win against us. Don't try. Allah make you a fool. That's why you cannot win. Allah make you a fool. If your God is not saying you can have sex with your daughter from adultery, how in the world then the one who is explaining the Quran saying you can? And this is what the verse means. And why you call him a scholar? Is Al-Qurtubi is a scholar? Is he? Santana, Isaac, he was 37 years old, and Isaac married Rebecca at the age of 40, Genesis 25:20, which show that Bible, she was only 3 years old. Santana, you are daughter of Muta. I challenge you to show me where in the Bible it says what you are saying. Cowards, liars, child molesters. They want to make everybody look child molester like their prophet. Here we go, the verse is in front of us where it says that. Cowards. Potato. Dummy. Anyone can go and read the verses where it says that he was 40 and she was 20, she was 3. Stupid. We laugh. Anyone can go and read it where it says that. Desperate. Siko. Siko. They have a Siko prophet. They try to make everybody Siko like him. The Muhammadan, they remind me of a whore. She tried to make everybody in the neighborhood sound like a whore, so nobody speak about her to be the only whore. Why the father is not a mother? Silly, stupid. Why your God is a male, not a female? Al-Akhlas. Why you Muslim, you call Allah he? Do he have a penis? You wanna be bully? Why do your stupid gods keep saying it is he? How come it's not she? Do he have a mother, your God? Well, your God have 3 daughters. How Allah he gave birth to 3 daughters? Any Muslim can tell us? Anyone? When they spoke about Rebecca, she go to the spring to carry water and bring it to the house. How she can be 3 years old? Have you ever heard of somebody is 3 years old can carry the container of the water, bring it home? He must be Hercules. This Rebecca, she must be Hercules. She go to the spring of the water, she carry the water, and she is 3 years old. Yeah, brother, at that time, 3 years old, she can carry a truck. Yeah. Yeah. I heard that Rebecca, when she was 3 years old, she was able to carry even her husband. My God, he wear a diaper? Why you don't call me and I will show you that your God, he is the diaper, which my God he wear. Do you accept the challenge? You Muslim, you want to be bully? You are talking to Christian friends. Who is the Muslim is willing to call me, and I will show you that your God, Allah himself, is the diaper. He don't wear a diaper, he is the diaper. Who there? Stupid son of Muta. Any Muhammadan? Bully nation, bully. Focus with me, focus. People of Gog and Magog. Gog and Magog is coming. The prophet, he saw them coming from the hole. When your prophet mother, she gave birth to him, a light come from her vagina. This was the first nuclear explosion ever. The holy vagina who can give light. You want to do bully? Let us do bully. Is it true that your prophet, when his wife, his mother, she gave birth to him, a light came from her vagina and went all the way to Damascus? And what make it more hilarious, nobody saw that light, neither in Damascus, neither in history. How the woman, she is sleeping in her room, she gave birth to Muhammad, she saw where the light of her vagina went through. I mean, she is in Mecca, and Damascus is like, I don't know, 1,300 miles away, or 1,500 kilometers maybe, I'm not sure, you can measure it. How she knew that the light went all the way to Damascus? And how come the cousins and the family of Muhammad did not see that? Those miracles only happened from a holy vagina for sure. And then we find that Muhammad, mother, she is going to go to hell, and his father going to go to hell. You want to do bully? And whatever you want to say about Jesus, your stupid Quran say he's a holy man. And no man is holy save God. Quran 19, chapter 19. Jesus is the Holy Son. Try to insult him as much as you want. Your stupid God could not deny that Jesus is holy. So you make fun of Jesus in your chat, in your text. I feel sorry for you because you will go to hell. But your stupid God going against your words. So which one of you is more stupid, you or your God? So if Jesus were in a diaper as you claim, and then your God, Allah, call him holy. Look like your God was a holy diaper. Your God is stupid, he did not notice. Do we have any real Muhammadan would like to call us and debate us instead of those bully? Any real Muhammadan, real man? Or only kids? You notice how much Muslims, they love to insult Jesus, didn't you? But when they go in the street, they speak to Christians, they say, no, we respect Jesus. But in reality, they love to insult Jesus. Islam is an antichrist cult. There's no question about that. I never saw any religion insult Jesus as Islam. They practice taqiyya in front of you. When they speak to Christian, we say, we respect Jesus, we etc. Watch the chat. See what they say about Jesus. Do you have any newer book is working? Yes, I'm working more books, but when they are ready, you will be, it's taking time, you know. It's taking time, brother, because Jibreel is not coming to me. You know, and I met many people, but none of them is Jibreel, because Jibreel is the one who will squeeze you. Right? How you know that Jibreel is Jibreel? He have to squeeze you, brother. You know, when I read the story about Muhammad claiming that a man, he came to him and he squeezed him 3 times, I find it very embarrassing and very weird that Muhammad did not say to him, stop touching me. I mean, why this man is squeezing Muhammad? Remember, Jibreel, he came to him as a man. And he squeezed him first time. What is the normal response to anyone approached by a stranger? And this stranger, he put his arms around you and he squeezed you. He did not bunch you. He's squeezing you. What is the response for any man, normal man? That a strange man, stranger, you do not know him, you never met him before, he come to you and he squeeze you. Shouldn't you say to him, take your hand away from me? You will notice Muhammad is not doing that. And what makes the story more stupid, the man, he squeezes him and he says to him, read. And then Muhammad, he says to him, I do not know how to read. But Muhammad did not say to him, why you are squeezing me? And the Muslim is busy trying to find if Rebecca was 3 years old or 30. But the Muhammadans are not noticed that this is a stupid story. But they are very, very, creative. They come to the conclusion that Rebecca is really 3 years old. They can't explain to us a verse in the Quran, but they can explain the whole Torah for you if they want. Any Muslim can tell me why the Prophet been squeezed 3 times? And why 3 times? Is that in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit? I challenge you, anyone to tell me why 3 times? Okay, we got it. He squeezed him. Why 3 times? Anyone can tell us? Let us see how creative you are. Now their creativity will stop. Any Muslim can tell us why the angel was squeezing him 3 times. And no mayonnaise was coming out. Any Muhammadan? No, didn't know. They didn't know. Why 3 times? Everything in this garbage religion is a 3 times. Harun is saying, well, Jacob, he whistled with the angel. It's the same thing. Are you saying your prophet was trying to copy the story of Jacob? One of the funny things about Muhammadan, their sheikhs like did that. He made fun of the verse in the Bible about Jacob. Jacob, he wrestled with the angel or with God. How that can be? Then we find the Quran saying that Jacob, without introduction, his name become Israel. But Israel means the one who wrestled, the one who struggled with God. So the stupid did that. He was making fun of something he himself believed in it. And now you see Harun saying, yeah, they believe in that. See the stupidity of this cult? Abdul, first of all, your prophet here is not wrestling. The guy is squeezing him. Number 2, why 3 times? Number 4, the guy, he says to him, or 3, I cannot read. Why keep saying to him, read? So the one who is writing this story is stupid. The angel is stupid. Muhammad is stupid. Because if I tell you I cannot read, why you keep squeezing me? After Allah send the angel, and the angel, he is saying what Allah told Muhammad. Who is the one saying read? The angel. But it is the word of Allah. So if Muhammad cannot read, and Allah, he said to Muhammad, read, shouldn't Muhammad be able to read? Don't you Muslim, you say if Allah wants something, he said to it be, and it's going to be? Here we go. The first experience of Muhammad, he received an order from his God to read. Was Muhammad able to read? Any Muhammadan can explain? Jesus, he said to the man who cannot walk, walk. What the man did? He walked. The man is disabled. He cannot walk. Jesus said to him, carry your bed and walk. He did not say it to him 3 times. He did not need to squeeze him. Carry your bed and walk. Muhammad, he cannot read, no problem. Nothing wrong, by the way, about that. I mean, it's especially in the old days, people do not go to school. Not everybody can afford school. No problem. But here we have God. God is giving a command, read. If Muhammad cannot read, and Allah saying to Muhammad, read, this is the first time Allah power is examined and he have a failure. Right? A man with a crushed Gentile, he cannot enter the assembly of the Lord. Okay, this is laughable reading. Love in, he is our troll here. Love in, what if I show you this is in your religion? Just to show you that you are a donkey like your prophet. Let us love. Man with the crushed Gentiles may enter the assembly of the Lord. Do you really believe in that? Let us see what your prophet said about that. And now you will die laughing. You will say, I don't believe it. Donkey. When somebody accused Moses that his Gentile, they have a problem, Allah decided to prove to the Jews that he is qualified to go to the temple. So Moses, he went to take a shower. The Jews, they accuse him that there is something wrong with his Gentile. So when he took his clothing on the rock, Allah made the rock, because this is a Muslim rock. Muslim rock, they steal clothes. Okay, just take a note. Christian rocks don't do that. Hindu rocks don't do that. Only Muslim rocks. So he put his hand, he put his clothes on the rock. Read carefully. Among the tradition narrated that the Prophet Muhammad, Messenger of Allah, authority of blah 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 blah, says that Banu Israel used to take a bath naked and look at each other private part and one another. Okay, so they look at it. Why? Because as you say, they care for those things. Moses, peace upon him, however, took a bath alone in privacy. And then the Jews, they said, by Allah, nothing forbids Moses to take a bath along with us, but he have a problem with his Gentile. Skortal herniya. What he have? Skortal herniya, huh? Okay. He, Moses, once he went to take a bath and place his clothes on the stone. And the stone moved with his clothes. Moses run after it, saying, oh stone, my clothes, oh stone, my clothes. And here you notice, brother, this is true story, by the way. There's many witnesses, brother, that Moses, he did not go crazy because the stone is running. No, because at that time, brother, stones used to run all the time. It's like cars at that time. You know, like at that time, you ride a stone and the stone take you to like a place, like a taxi, you know. So Moses is not really surprised like the stone is moving, the stone is running. Stone is running, she have legs? That's deep. Okay? So look what happened now, brother. The stone, she took the clothes. And now Moses is totally naked. The stone, by the order of Allah, keep running, keep running, keep running. And then, and Banu Israel, the children of Israel, had a chance to see the nice penis of Moses. And then when they saw the penis of Moses, they said, Aman Rabbi, Aman. His penis is so good, Aman. What this have to do with my Bible? This is what it says there, that the Jews, if you don't have a good health, you are not allowed, and you cannot be part of the temple, and you cannot be a priest, etc. You are stupid mental. And now you're ashamed of this. Your God, he made Moses go naked in the front of the Jews just to show them his penis. And now children, women, He took him downtown, so everyone, this guy, the king of them. I mean, look at the stupidity here. This guy, he is their leader, he is their king, he is their prophet. How in the world they want to do that to him? Who want to believe in such a stupid story? Who even dare? And here you see that the God of Moses, he is willing to make stones moves to prove that Moses is a prophet. No, actually, to prove that his penis is good. But Allah is not willing to do any miracle for Muhammad to prove that he's a prophet. Focus with me here. Allah, he decided to do something to prove that the penis of Moses is beautiful. But Allah will not do anything to protect his prophet from being killed by poison, to give him any proof that he is a prophet. Al-Ikhlas saying, he come back, this is a scam. Why your God become a boy, not a girl? Why your God Allah is he, not she? Silly, bully, stupid, like your mother. She married 4 husbands, and she did not remember you are coming from which one. Ikhlas, why your God is coming as a boy, not as a girl? Why, huh? Why? Okay, hold on. Why Allah, he said that angels are not females? Why? What's a problem? The Arab, they believe that the angels are females. Your God, Allah, he don't like it. He said to them, for you, the male, and for me, the female? Like, what the heck? Or that we created angels females? Are they witnesses? Did they witness that, really? So Allah, he don't like to have angels, they are females. So Jibreel have a penis? When Allah, he says the angels are not females, that means Jibreel is a male. Not only that, if you remember, guys, the story, who remember the story of Venus? Anyone remember? Who have the reference? Who have the link? Let's see how many of you is saving the... Do you remember when Allah, he said to the angels, I'm going to create someone to inherit the earth, etc., supposedly Adam, and then the angels, they said to him, are you going to create someone who will do mischievement in the earth? And then the angels, he said to him, okay, you know what? We are better than him. Send us down to the earth, and we will show you that we will not do mischievement, even if we are male. Allah, he sent 2 angels, Harut and Marut. And then they met with the woman, her name is Venus. And then this woman, she have a nice private part, and she have nice breast. Those 2 angels, who they are males, they lost their mind when they saw how nice her butt. And they gave her the password to fly to heaven. Do you remember the story? It's your religion. In your religion, you teach us that. And not only that, the story does not stop here. As long now we prove that the angels are male. The angels are male. And this is the story here from islam.org. You can go and watch it. How they met with the women, her name is Venus, Zuhra. And then when they gave her the password, because she promised them she will open her legs for them, excuse my language, very bad talk. After she, she promised them that, but she did not sleep with them, by the way. I mean, she did them touch something, I'm not sure what it is. But I think supposed in the story, they did not really, they tried to sleep with her, but she fooled them. She made them say the password, and then when she went to heaven, brother, Allah, he cursed her, and he made her a star. How many of you can deny that this must be a teaching from God? It's reported from other narration, from Amir al-Mu'mineen, blah, 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 Ali, was giving sermon in blah, 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 speaking about the star, which is Venus. Oh, Venus in Islam? Yes, brother. Okay. Allah entangled them in position, desire like a human. So the angels, they have position like a desire like a human. He sent 2 angels and he gave them desire like a human. And then those angels, when they come to the ground, brother, they met with the beautiful woman, and she is a star Venus. By the way, the reason she is a star, because she was in a star academy, okay? So she was very beautiful woman. And she had gone to one of those 2 angels and for obtain some kind of decision. At the very sight of her, the angel fell in love. Look what the heck with this. Look at the angels of Allah. They are so sensitive, man. First time ever he see a female, she is hot, he fell in love. Like, what the heck? He cannot resist this temptation. Anyway, you can read the story. The story is hilarious. How she ordered them to kill a man, a blind man, a kid. She made them drink wine. And then all of this just to sleep with her. Just to sleep with her. This is the whole purpose of the story. And this is a story coming from the Quran, where Allah, he sent 2 angels to teach magic. However, as long as we prove that the angels are not females and they are male, how the Quran says if Allah would like to have a partner to sleep with, the interpretation says he will take the partner from us, he meant the angels, as a wife. Chapter 21, verse number 17. Let's go to the tafsir. And I will show you in the front of your eyes. Allah is going to have sex with the male angels. And I change any Muhammadan to say this is not true. You are making things up. Read carefully. Chapter 21, verse number 17, Tafsir al-Jalalain, official government of the Kingdom of Jordan. This website is owned by the king himself. It says, how do we desire to have a diversion? That which provide diversion in the way of partner or a child. Partner here is a wife. We would have found it with ourselves from among the beautiful-eyed houris or the angels. Where is the Muslim who wants to solve the problem? Where is the Muslim who wants to solve the problem? Allah is going to have sex with the angels. And you know, whatever you post about the Old Testament, we laugh at you, because your stupid prophet, he took an oath in it. And the Quran confirmed it. So you can laugh as much as you want. The more you laugh about the Old Testament, the more we laugh at your prophet, because your prophet, he says, he put his hand over the book of Moses, the book of the Jews, and he says, I believe in thee and the one who sent thee. So when you Muslims, you make a mockery of the book of Moses, you are making mockery of the stupid Muhammad who took an oath on the book. So you Muslim, you make a mockery of the book. Muhammad, he say, I believe in thee. Who is the donkey here? Obviously all of you. This is your stupid prophet says. He asked him to bring the Torah, and he said he would draw the cushion from beneath of him, showing too much respect to the Torah, and he placed it on the cushion, and then he's saying, I believe in thee and the one who revealed thee. And then Abdul, he come and he laugh at the Torah. Will we laugh at you then? Because obviously Muhammad is a scam and is a fraud. Or if this is laughable for you, how your stupid prophet says, I believe in thee. The Torah and the Injil we have in the time of Muhammad, not the same as today. You are a stupid monkey like your prophet. Prove it. Give us the copy of the Torah which is different from the Torah today. Prove it. Go ahead. Do you have a copy? Stupid people. Stupid. Same time, if the Injil 600 years after Jesus never changed, who can change it after that? I mean, the Injil now became very popular around the earth. Nobody can change it. If the stupid Quran confirmed the Injil 600 years after Jesus, it's too late. Because nobody can do that, because now the Injil is everywhere. The Injil now in Hebrew, the Injil now in Greek, the Injil now in Aramaic, the Injil now in Egyptian language, the Coptic language, Ethiopian language, Indian language. So who is the stupid when I believe in this? So when you say to me at the time of Muhammad, the Injil was different, that's mean you are a donkey. Prove it. And if this Injil was true at the time of Muhammad, then there is no need for Muhammad to come. And if you are saying to me it's different, that means Muhammad have a copy, and you Muslim have a copy of the original Injil. Show it to us, which is different from this one. See how stupid this religion is? And in the time of Muhammad, he said that the Christian believed that Jesus is the son of Allah. You see, if we go with them, with those stupid ones. When Muhammad, he said, the Christian, they say the Messiah is Allah. But he just said, in the time of Muhammad, the Injil was not corrupted. But this is the Injil in the time of Allah, in the time of Muhammad. The Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah according to Muhammad, which by the way not true. Because we don't believe that the Messiah is Allah, and we don't believe in Allah. If Muhammad, he meant to say that the Messiah is the Father, that is stupid. We don't believe in that too. And actually here, when you read this, you will see how stupid Muhammad is. Because if the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah, so who is the second person? Who is the third person? Where is the Trinity then? Do you see the stupidity? If the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah, then there's no Trinity. Why you only call the Spirit holy, not the Father? Who said that we don't consider the Father holy? The Holy Spirit presents the essence of the Father, which means everything about it is holy. So when we speak about Spirit, because it is a spirit, it can be a spirit of a man, it can be a spirit of a chicken, it can be a spirit of a demon. But when we say the word the Holy Spirit, we are talking about a specific person or a specific logos, which is the Spirit of God. That is the one is holy, because there's many spirits. So as definition, when we say the Father, we do not need to say holy, because we know what we're talking about. What? Hello?
Hello, Christian Prince. How are you?
I'm fine, my friend. Who's with me?
Okay. Hello. I would like to respond to your sermon on YouTube.
Okay.
You believe that Jesus is God, right?
Yeah, I believe in what?
You believe that Jesus, the man,
Yeah.
is God.
Is Jesus a man?
No, you don't believe in Allah, right?
No, I'm asking you, is Jesus a man according to Islam?
No.
What? No.
Okay. In accordance with Islam.
Our friend, is Jesus is a man according to Islam?
Yeah, Jesus is. No. We don't believe in Jesus. We believe in Joshua.
Aren't you a Muslim?
I'm a Muslim, yes, of course.
You are saying you believe in Yeshua?
Yeshua, yeah. Yeshua is Isa.
Where we can find this name, Yeshua?
Joshua is Isa in Aramaic.
No. Who said that?
It doesn't matter.
Do you know what Yeshua mean? Do you know what Yeshua mean? No, it matter. Do you know what Yeshua mean?
I don't know. Can you please explain to me?
Well, the first two letters, Yah, is Yahweh, and Yeshua is the one who saves. So Yahweh save. So you Muslims, you have no idea what you are. You copy names and you say names you do not know. If I ask you what Gabriel name, you do not know. If I ask you what Israel mean, you do not know. If I ask you what Mikael name, what Ishmael mean, you do not know. Abraham mean, you do not know. You know nothing, because Muhammad is a thief. Now I'm asking you, is Isa, the one you call him Isa in Islam, is he a man?
Yeah, he's a man, of course.
Isn't it the Quran says he is the word of God?
He is the kalima, not the word of God.
Kalima. What? So guys, he is a kalima, not word of God. What kalima mean?
Kalimah means the existence of God. The proof that God exists. We call it ayah.
I don't know. Explain to us. So kalima is not a word. It is ayah. What ayah mean?
A proof that God exists.
So Jesus is the proof that God exists. You are saying to me now?
Yes. Because
okay. So you are saying to me that there is no proof of your God to be exists. So look what you just said. You just said there's no proof. There's no proof that God exists except Jesus.
You always conject my words, right? Yeah.
You said that, my friend. You are the one who said that. Everybody heard you. You said kalima. Kalima mean ayah.
You are the one.
Now I said what ayah mean. You said to me the proof of God.
Jesus exists. We don't believe that Jesus. Your Jesus does not exist. We believe in Isa. Isa is a prophet of God and messenger of God as well. And that's it.
So if you say you don't believe, you just said we don't believe. You don't believe in Jesus. But a second ago you told me we believe in Yeshua. Are you mental?
Who is this Jesus?
You are the one who said to me Yeshua.
No, who is this Jesus?
Jesus is the Latin way because they don't have equal letters. They don't have equal letters to write it.
Jesus is American. Jesus is not American, right?
What American, you idiot? This is not American. Listen, Abdul. Listen, Abdul. Don't play this game. Let us make it simple. Let us make it simple. Let us go back to the real thing. You said that the Messiah is the word of Allah. That mean he is
never said Messiah is the word of Allah. I said Joshua. Joshua in Aramaic means Isa is the kalima Allah.
So the Messiah is not. So the Messiah is not. Okay, so the Messiah is not.
Can you explain what is the Messiah? You simply say one thing and then you conject the other.
No, you are the one who said. You just said. I never saw that the Messiah is.
You are bringing up the word.
You are saying that the Messiah is not the same as Isa, correct?
No. Who is this? What is Messiah? I don't know what Messiah is. Is it from Hebrew? Are you a Hebrew or Christian?
Abdul. So why in your book it's written? You just confirm what I was saying, that the Muslim do not know what the word means. So why your Quran says the Messiah if the Muslim do not know what Messiah means? Explain to me. Go ahead.
We already established that you are the most genius person in the world. No problem.
I'm asking you why the Quran says the Messiah if you just admitted that you Muslim do not know what Messiah means and you do not know who is this Messiah.
Messiah actually is in Hebrew, Mashiach, the one who is anointed. Now I understand what Messiah means, but you are bringing this up. Messiah means the anointed one.
Who is the one who anointed him?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
When you say he is the anointed man, he is the anointed one. You just said, hold on. You just said he is the anointed one. That means somebody anointed him. Who is the one anointed him?
You are the one anointed him, right? You're Christian prince, right?
Really?
Yeah.
So your God. So your God. Okay. So your God. He took the name the Messiah because I anointed the Messiah.
What do you mean, my God? Is it your God too?
No, it's
we
not.
Have one.
No.
We have to establish we have one God. If you say your God and my God is different.
Yeah.
Then we have two gods. It's really wrong.
No, there's no two God. My friend, your God does not exist. Okay, let us switch the conversation then. Can you prove to us that your God is God?
I have to prove that my God is God.
Yes, because you are saying to me, my God is your God. Oh, he is God. You prove it to me. God can do what God do. Can your God resurrect people from death?
Yes, of course.
Give me a proof.
Of course, it cannot be proven at the moment because.
Why not? No, not at the moment. Give me even from history. No, my friend, you get me wrong. I'm not saying to me right now, prove it to me by showing me. No, I'm saying, did your God resurrect anyone?
I have no idea why you're asking.
I'm asking you because you said he is God. I said to you, can your God resurrect people from death? My God, Jesus, he can. No. The Bible tell, even your Quran tell that Jesus can resurrect people from death. When
did I say he is a God? Who is this God? I said you and I, we have the same God.
No, we don't. Your God cannot resurrect people like Jesus. Jesus resurrect people from death. Look, listen. In the Quran, there's a chapter. It's called chapter of Al-Baqarah. Correct?
Al-Baqarah. What is Al-Baqarah?
Baqarah means the cow.
The female cow. Yeah, okay.
The female cow, This is a female cow. That's something new. So the female cow, okay. So guys, Allah, in order to resurrect a person from death, he practiced Hindu practice. He used to use the beef of the cow and beat the dead guy, and that will bring him back to life. Explain to us. Can God, Allah, the God of Islam, can he resurrect people from death? Or he have to use cows?
Do you have proof that Allah resurrect the dead by bringing the tail of the cow?
Yes.
Is it Allah doing?
Yes, chapter 2, verse number 73.
Is it Allah himself?
Yes, Allah is the one. He is saying to Moses,
Are you serious? Are you serious? Is it Allah himself descending from heaven?
What?
Are you saying that Allah himself descending from heaven and using the tail of a cow to resurrect the dead? Do you have proof?
No, Allah, he wanted to show Moses how he can resurrect people from death. So he said to him, go, listen, Abdul, he said to him, go and get some beef and beat the guy with the tail, or some Muslim, they say the tail of the ox, some they say the testicles or the penis, some they say just beef, whatever it is, and beat the guy and he will come back to life. And this is how Allah, he resurrect people from death, by beating them by beef.
Okay, that is one example, right? Because God works.
There's no other example. Show me.
No, God works in mysterious ways. This is the Christian's doctrine.
My friend,
right?
don't tell me the mysterious. There's no mystery no more. It's a beef.
No, you are Christian. You should know better.
My friend,
God,
don't tell me mystery now. It's not mystery no more. This is if he did not mention it's a cow. So
no.
If it's a mystery, if we do not know he did use what to beat what with what. Now we know it was a beef, and it was a cheated beef from Walmart. And then he brought it front to the guy, and he beat the guy, and then the guy, he came alive. And then Allah, he says, and this is how Allah resurrect people from death.
Oh, really?
This is what the verse saying. Read it.
That is what's the verse saying, but you understand it. You understand
well, explain the verse for us. This is how Allah, he says, and thus this is how Allah, he resurrect people from death. By what? By beating them by beef.
Oh, so this is kind of joke to you, lah.
I am not joking. This is the Quran. Are you making fun of? Are you making fun of the Quran? Are you making fun of the Quran?
I'm not making fun of the.
So did Allah he ask him to bring a cow? Yes. Did you Muslim call the chapter even the chapter of the cow? Yes. If the cow is not important, why you call that whole chapter the chapter of the cow? At least call it the chapter of Moses. It looked like the cow is more important than Moses for the Muhammadan. They are Hindus. So this cow is a special cow. And she is the one, she can help Allah to resurrect people from death. Otherwise, I want to know, what is the purpose of beating the guy with the beef of the cow to make him come back to life? What is the secret? Go ahead, I'm listening.
No, actually, there's always means and ways, you know. That is within God's jurisdiction. So who am I to question Allah?
I'm not asking you to question, I'm asking you to explain, my friend. I'm not asking you to question. You are the genius who is a Muslim. We are learning from you. So why Allah he is using cow to resurrect? Can't he resurrect the person without the cow thing?
Okay, what does Jesus do when he resurrected?
What is this recipe? Jesus, he said to the person, walk. The blind is see. The one who have sinned, your sin is forgiven. Your God, Allah, he need to beat the guy with the beef. Why?
Okay.
What is the connection? What is the connection between Allah power and the power of the cow? There is like something special?
Okay, what is the difference between Moses and Jesus? Moses the son of God?
Don't change the topic. I want to know
why
Allah cannot. You are trying to change the topic. You are trying to jump over the cow. Please respect my cow. I respect yours. Everybody have a freedom to respect his cow. Now we have the cow of Moses in the floor. Moses, he bought some cow meat and he bought some tail and some piece in his, and now there's a dead guy in the ground. The guy, he hit him with the beef. Why? What is the secret behind the beef? Why beef?
You want to know the secret behind the beef? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Tell me, okay, so tell me I do not know. Are you laughing at the Quran? No, I heard you laughing. Shame on you. So respect my friend. Do you know how many people believe in this and you are laughing?
No, I'm not laughing. I'm laughing at you because you're.
No, you are laughing at the Quran because I'm not the one who is beating the dead guy with the cow. You know, I will tell you first-hand experience. I went to the FBI in the other day center, and then they have a refrigerator. I told them, "What is this?" They said, "This is the cow, the department." What they do when somebody get killed, they bring some beef. They beat the dead guy. He wake up. He come to life. He tell them who killed him, and then he die again. The story here saying that the guy did not even come back to life. He come back to life for a few seconds. He told them the name of the one who killed him, and he died again. So what's the point of this?
Okay, let me ask you this.
Hmm.
When Moses went to the mountain for 40 days, what happened downstairs? They worship the golden calf, right?
Hmm. Yeah. Well, according to your Quran, listen.
You see the similitude in that?
No, it's not. Just to show you how stupid you're. Let me show you how stupid the Quran. According to Quran, according to your Quran, when Moses he went to the mountain. Hold on. According to the Quran, when Moses he went to the mountain, he came down. He found the Samaritan is the one who misled them. But at that time, there's no Samari.
No. What are the
What do you
things
mean
that they
no?
worship? The golden
At that
calf,
time, there's no such a people exist. The stupid Muhammad, he missed the history. He jumped a couple of hundreds of years. So what does Samari have to do with Musa? There is no Samari at that time. So Moses, he go to the mountain. He come back. He found the Samaritan. Misleading them?
Okay.
There's no Samaritan.
Yeah. How do you know? How can
This
you
is what
that?
history is. This is what history.
Are you there? Are you there? Are you there during the time?
Are you
not
there too?
right?
Are you there?
You are
No,
not,
but we
you
have
are not
historian.
even there.
We have
You are not even there,
We have
right?
historian who they are there. You don't play
No.
the game. Are you there? Are you there when Muhammad he used to have the most powerful
No,
penis? Did you see him having sex with his wife and he got the power of 40 men? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm also not there. So you also not there. So you cannot
was
even
there,
prove it.
really?
You are,
When your prophet he have the power of 40 men doing boom boom to his wife, you were there.
so are you there too? You are not there also. So you are following
Are you making
conjecture.
fun of your religion now?
You are following. No.
Are you going to speak?
making fun of yourself.
So
you
I
are
want you to
making fun
tell
of
me
yourself.
how such
You
a
are creating
historic
stories that
error,
is not even there.
how such an historic error can happen.
What do you mean historic error?
Well, there's no Samari at that time. This is Moses. What Samari have to do with with Moses?
How well do you know? How do you know? Do
History,
you have a time machine to know
historian.
that?
They are not even the Jewish historian, the atheist historian, the Greek historian, the Roman historians, all kind of historian. They say this is stupid.
So now you believe that the historians are gods, lah. You don't believe in Jesus anymore, right? So
Jesus
you believe that the historian is much more
so Jesus agree with this?
Jesus.
Jesus agree with this?
No, you say that historians is more truthful than Jesus.
Okay, Abdul, let us go back to zero. Let us go back to zero. You said that you're God. You said that you have a God, and now you fail to tell me that your God can do what God do. What God do? Can your God do what God do?
No, because your God and my God is the same.
No, it's not.
No, he is the same.
My God is a spirit. My God is a spirit. Is your God is a spirit?
Yeah. No. My God is not a spirit.
So shut up.
My God is God. Rabbi.
My God is not a spirit. No, yeah. No, yeah. So your God is a spirit. My God is a spirit. So your God is not my God. You are an idiot. Now let me ask you. So as long your God is not a spirit, and he have no spirit. So what he is? A piece of wood, a concrete?
Spirit.
Huh?
No, your God is spirit. Congratulations. Your God is a spirit.
Yes.
So spirit destroyed, right?
Huh?
That means you are proving the fact that your God is being crucified on the cross, died, has been dead on the cross,
we believe
right?
in the Trinity. We believe in the Trinity. You never heard of the Trinity? There's God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. And you are the one who's stupid. You are the one who said to me, why you call him Holy Spirit?
No, you are the one saying that your God is a spirit that has been dead.
I'm asking you now, I want you to tell me how your God can be called God. Okay, can your God have a son? Can your God have a son? Can your God have a son?
That your God is a spirit and your God is dead.
Abdul, can your God have a son?
Your Jesus is already dead, right?
Can you? No, he's not.
2,000 years ago.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not.
You say your God is a spirit, right?
What?
You say your God is a spirit. Your God is already dead.
How is dead? You Muslim believe that Jesus is dead?
Do you know who Glenn Benton is?
Who?
You have a debate with Glenn Benton. Glenn Benton will destroy you in a whip. In a whim.
Why you don't call him right now?
No, I don't have to call him. I will inform him. You can
call your boyfriend. You can call your boyfriend who can destroy me.
Why is your stand on it?
I'm asking you. Okay, what this guy can do? You said he can destroy me. What he would do exactly? What he believe? What this guy believe?
That Jesus is dead.
He is dead.
Jesus is already dead.
Okay, so that's mean. But that's mean Muhammad is a liar.
No, you believe that Jesus is spirit. And then you believe that Jesus
No,
has
I don't
been
believe that Jesus is spirit. You are stupid. I said that we believe in the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, you
You are
idiot.
mocking me. You are mocking my Quran, saying that you can resurrect. Now, do you have proof that Jesus is still alive?
Yes.
Where's your proof?
I will bring a guy, he's stupid, his name is Muhammad. It says in chapter 4, verse 157, they killed him not, neither crucify him, but Allah, he took him to him. So we have, okay, hold on. Are you saying to me you don't accept? Are you saying you don't accept? Are you saying you don't accept? Are you saying, well, his name is the Messiah anyway, so the Messiah, we are talking about the Messiah, you stupid. You stupid. Even the Quran says he is son of Mary. So he is a son of Mary. Abdul, potato, is a son of Mary. His name is the Messiah. The Christian, they say, shut up, potato. The Christian, they say, the Jewish, they say they crucified him. Who cares what you call him, Isa or not? So now you are stupid. Listen, everybody is looking at you. Are you accepting the stupid Muhammad witnessing that Jesus is alive? Are you accepting the witnesses? Are you accepting Muhammad as a witness, or you spit at him?
No, Muhammad didn't say about Jesus. Jesus is American, right?
So why in your Quran says Jesus? Who said he's an American? Just get lost, son of Muta. Jesus is an American. He's just a stupid idiot, son of Muta. Disgusting people. Jesus is an American, yeah? Jesus is an American. Silly. At least speak like a man if you want to speak like to you as a man. What a coward. Jesus is an American, yeah? Jesus is American. So Jesus is American. Why you put in your Islamic website Jesus, you stupid son of Muta? If Jesus is an American, why on your stupid website you say that Jesus, Allah took him up to heaven, you stupid son of Muta? You want to insult? You are making fun of your stupid religion. Potatoes, cowards. No dignity, no honor. They don't have men, they have children. They are not men. They talk like kids. The second we ask them, okay, Jesus is the word of God. What the word of God mean? He says, no, he's not the word of God. He's a kalima. But kalima is the word of God. Supposedly now he refuted me. Kalima is a word. This Arabic word for the word kalima, or the word. Kalima is a word. Stupid. Those Abdul from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Monikistan, Jankistan, Pigsistan, whatever stan it is, they come to us and they say a few words in Arabic, and supposedly now they knew Arabic. The second you speak to them in Arabic, they do not know Arabic. So now what? The word kalima is not the same as word. But kalima mean word, you idiot. The second you ask Muhammad, and how you can prove to us that Allah is God, he is in trouble. Have you ever heard of a God he ejaculate? And then from ejaculation, Allah will resurrect mankind? And then this guy, Mufti Abu Layth, he go crazy and he opened the umbrella in the top of his head. And he is from the same country you are coming from. The guy, he went crazy. I mean, what kind of God is God? He ejaculate, he masturbate, and then he ejaculate, and then from his ejaculation, all mankind and everything will be resurrected. And the Samaritan was exist in the time of Moses. And the Pharaoh is the one who built the Babylon tower. And Harut and Marut, they came in that tower. And why? To open a school for Harry Potter. And this is for sure will lead us to believe that Allah must be God. Because if Allah is not God, how in the world do you knew that the first Harry Potter school is opened by Allah? Have you ever heard of a God? He sent 2 angels to teach Harry Potter school. Have you? Obviously, this is the true God. Only true God, he opened Harry Potter school. So Allah, and look, brother, those 2 angels, Harut and Marut, look at the names, Harut and Marut. Obviously, they are not Arab. Muhammad, he copied the name from the north of Iraq. Kurdish words, or Armenian words. Harut and Marut. before they teach you magic, brother, they make you sign a disclaimer. Okay? They make you say, okay, okay, hold on. You know, we need to know that we are teaching you magic so you can cause division between man and wife. What kind of God? He opened a school to teach magic to division between wife and husband. I mean, have you ever heard of God? He opened a teaching school for divorce. The God of the Christian said, don't divorce. The God of the Muslim, he opened a school to teach divorce. CP is busted. He is busting your prophet. He is saying that Jesus is not the same one. He's making fun of your prophet. The Quran says that the Christian, they say Jesus, the Messiah, the son of Mary, was killed, and they use the word Isa. This guy, he said, this is not, this is Isa. This is not the same. That's when you're stupid Muslims, you're lying when you say Jesus. He's making fun of you, you idiot, son of monkey. Monkey. This is a monkey religion. They jump from branch to branch, and who care, by the way, if this is the same Jesus or not? You are in trouble. Your God, he said that Jesus or Isa is still alive. Muhammad is dead. Your God, he said that this Isa, he can resurrect people from death. Your God could not. Muhammad, his kids, according to Muslim, they died. Why Muhammad could not resurrect them? Why he could not ask his God to resurrect them? Muhammad himself, he died by poison poison for rats from Home Depot. At least let him die by something expensive. Caviar is an example. Like food poison by something expensive. Poison from Home Depot. So how in the world this is the same God we are talking about? Jesus, he resurrected people from death. Muhammad, he died by poison. Jesus, he came out from the tomb. Muhammad is dead until now. And not only that, when he died, the Muslims, they refused to bury him for 3 days, 3 nights. Ibn Abbas, he said, "Idfinu sahibakum, فإنه يأسن كما يأسن البشر." Bury your friend, he stink like all humans stink. Stinky Muhammad. The Muhammad, they did not bury Muhammad for 4 days, 3 days. Why? Because they thought the same as Jesus, he will come back from the grave. Otherwise, they changed the Muhammad, and why 3 days? Right? We hang up on people who they are rude and silly and kids. If you want to be just a stupid silly, this is your business. All of us, we knew that the Quran, when he speak about Isa, they meant our Jesus. And that's why you Muslim translation use the word Jesus. Otherwise, if you are really a person believe that Jesus is not the same person, well, shame on you then to use the word Jesus. If you believe that Jesus is an American person, as this guy, he said, he's making fun of your religion, then why in your stupid Quran you use the word Jesus? If this is an American Jesus, as this guy he claimed, he's making fun of your Muhammad. Hypocrisy. This religion is religion of hypocrisy. When they want Jesus is the same as Isa. When they want Isa is not the same as Jesus. Why? Because they are following Satan. In the best scenario, they are following Harut and Marut. You know, when we ask any Muhammadan, and here we go, look at them. They talk about truth. Their prophet, he says, the one who is proud about his religion and before Islam or in his heritage, tell him to go and bite the penis of his father. The Muslim, they complain that Christian prince is rude. Did I say to you, go and bite the penis of your father? Have you ever heard of a prophet, he said to a man, go and bite the penis of your father? Have you ever heard of a companion or a prophet, he says, Imsos badr al-lad, go and suck the clitoris of al-lad? What kind of people they are? If this is how the prophet he talk, and this is how the companion they talk, now who is the Muhammadan when I answer this very simple question? Why Allah you open a holy Buddha school to cause division between the wife and the husband? I will give you 10,000 century to answer me, not 10,000 years. Any Muslim can tell us? Is your God Allah sick? What is the point of opening a school to teach black magic to divide between the wife and the husband? I want to know. Any Muhammadan can tell us? You don't know. I mean, this is stupid religion. Why God want to open a school to teach division between man and wife? What is that for? And he says Joshua. He says who? Joshua. Huh. Muslims. Elijah mean God with us. They are expert in everything. They don't know what Abraham mean. They do not know what the Messiah mean. They do not know what Mikael. And the only thing they knew that Allah opened a special division to cause division between the wife and the husband. He sent 2 angels who they are expert brother to teach the black magic. So the wife, who is here married? Give me one in the chat. Male or female, doesn't matter. Give me one if you are married. Let us see how many married people here. They are trying to escape washing dishes. All of you are singles? What the heck? Nobody married here? Maybe it takes take time for the sound to go. Jeremy is married. Okay. Nini married. Dove is married. Smack is married. Okay. Guys, I have a bad news for you. I'm going now to do magic to cause your wife and your husband divorce you. Shush kebab, potatoes, hummus, falafel, shush kebab. Shush bashu. Sha 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 sha. Charu shisha. Allah Allah. MashaAllah. Cause them to be divorced. Let this wife bite her husband's hand. Let him, his mother-in-law, throw the chair on his face. Zuku zuku kuku 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 buku haram. By the morning, all of you become divorced. Arud and Marud upon you. Okay, wait, we are done. Thank you very much. If you like to leave some money for the service because we are causing you to be divorced and be single again, which means we will make you happy, don't forget to support us, okay? Because now all of you will become happy again. Hey, I'm single. I can go and visit my friends to Starbucks and my wife, she will not investigate what I want. Finally, see how easy it is? We did it for you for free, but trust me, it costs a lot of effort. I have to connect to Harut and Marut directly. Do you know how much it costs to connect to Harut and Marut, especially Marut? Marut, the connection with Marut is almost impossible. Like you have to call him 10,000 times to get once the call go through. Why? Because Marut is marinating some things in the kitchen, you know? That's why they call him Marut. He's always busy in the kitchen. He never answers the phone. His hands is always dirty. Any Abdul? So this religion, Islam as a religion, Allah is God. Look at this garbage. What is this? This God, he sent two angels to open a school to cause division between the wife and the husband. What is that? What is exactly the purpose of this mission? Oh, Olivia, she is virgin with 5 children. That's good. Yeah, I have different kind of a spell. I can make you virgin oil too. What is this? Oh boy, what is this? They can't answer. So you can insult, you can make fun, but we laugh at you at the end of the day. Yes, Jesus is alive, even in your stupid book. And Jesus is not American. You coward liar. What American? Since when? The American are the last one who became a Christian is the American. What American? Since when? Coward, stupid. The first people who become Christians is not the American. It was people of Israel and Syria. What American? Why you are being stupid and coward? Do we have any Abdul? You are laughing at me, Salman Khan. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Salman Khan? Hey guys, Salman Khan is just laughing at me. Hold on. Salman, do you like to call me and I want to hear you laughing? I have a special discount for you, Salman. If you call me and laugh at me on the microphone, I will give you a spell, will make your wife hate you forever. And she will never call you again. What do you think? Special discount for you, Salman. Salman, you are the one whose name is taken from Solomon, the guy who died standing holding a stick, brother. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Salman, it is you who got the ring, who can control the world. Harry Potter, the Lord of the Ring. I mean, name for me one stupid story of fiction is not in Islam. A guy, his name is Solomon, he have a ring, he can control all the genies and everything in this earth. And he have an army of a chicken and genie and human. Don't tell Joe Biden about it. I'm telling you, you tell Joe Biden about it, he will try to recruit immediately chickens to the American army. We will have chicken marines, duck marines. I mean, have you ever heard of an army of birds? Huh? This is the religion. Jesus is not God, okay? So they are worried about Jesus being God or not, but they are not worried about the stupidity in their books. And there we're gathered together into Solomon, his armies of genie. This is a prosely, you know, like I'm just inspired by prosely. Okay. His armies of genies and human candies and birdies. This is an army of a king. His name is Solomon. Are you sure? Are you? This is the invasion of Solomon? Genie, human, chicken? Brothers and sisters, we better hide. The Jewish army is coming. I saw a bunch of turkey and chickens and even butterflies. What is that? So you Muslims are worried how Trinity work, how Jesus can be God, the Holy Spirit, how you call it, why you call it holy. But you are not worried about this. Huh? You are not? What the heck was this, man? And actually, this chapter, and then Suleiman, he walked little steps, and then he entered the valley of the ants. Look at this. There's an ant here, brother. There's a valley of the ants. Yeah, only ants, they live only in that valley. Alhamdulillah. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Yeah, brother. So there's a valley, you know, you see like there's like borders, you know, there's a borders in the map. Let me find it for you in the internet. Hold on. Hold on. I will find you in the valley of the ants. I'm sure these days, if you search for anything, you will find it. Ants Valley. Like, what the heck? Yeah, there is an Ant Valley, true. Ants Valley font? What does that mean? A font. We don't want font. Download font. There's a font. It's called Ant Valley. No, we don't want that. We don't want font. We want the valley, man. It must exist somewhere. Man, we cannot find this valley anywhere. I found a font. Oh boy. The valley of the ants. Hey, Muslims, why you don't add something like in Google? You can add names these days. You can go to Google Map, search anywhere in Saudi Arabia or something, or, you know, just to make it in Saudi Arabia. Name the valley of the ant, and then people will believe this is true. Look, the valley of the ant. I mean, come on, fabricate one. It's not too late. The valley of the ant. He really went to the valley of the ants. Can I go there too? Can we have an interview with those ants? Especially that ant who she was like lucky to witness Solomon army coming. I heard that there's one of the ants. I'm not sure, by the way, if it's true or not. I'm not sure if it's true news, because, you know, you cannot trust American media these days. But I heard that there's one of the ants, when she heard that Solomon is coming and he was so handsome, she had a heart attack. She was a female, yeah. You know, she's like, you know, she could not believe it. Like, Solomon is there. You know, they told her, it's okay, sister. You know, come on. Yeah, you know, but it's too late. You know, so she put her legs up, and, you know, and her soul went up to Allah. But now, brother, she is going to be in heaven, this ant, because she died as a martyr for the sake of the love of Solomon. He was very handsome, and he don't have iPhone 14. You know, and then the story says, brother, there's 14,000 ants. Their name is Harun. All of them, they went in the funeral. I mean, have you ever heard of a funeral that the funeral have 20,000 guys? All of them, their name is Harun. In some story, it says 80,000 Harun. 80,000. I mean, the guy, he died, his name is Aaron. Everybody in the funeral, tens of thousands, their name is Aaron. Why it's not allowed if your name is Moshe or only Aaron, brother? If your name is Aaron, you can attend the funeral. If your name is, no, you cannot, sorry. Those true stories, all those stories is true. And they say to you, we have God, and we have religion, and Prophet Muhammad, and science, brother. Jesus is a fake Christian copy of a Krishna. Well, Abdul Potato, the Hindu guy. Your Krishna, he is a seven of many boys. So is his mother is virgin? Just get out of here. I will eat your beef, Mr. Hindu, if you come here again. You will be hurt. I will hurt your feeling. I will eat beef in front of. I will buy a camera just for you. Jesus is the same as a Krishna. Why you the same as a Krishna? He didn't even know what to say. Go watch Sadhguru. Yeah, Sadhguru. how your wife died, they accuse you that you killed her. He said, she destined her death by yoga. Many people, they give their life by yoga. Have you ever heard of a woman? She practiced yoga and she told her body to die by yoga. Sadhguru. Go watch the video. You know what? I got an idea. Who of you is trying to get rid of his wife? I think it's time to teach her yoga. I mean, come on. So listen, you tell her to watch Sadhguru and learn how to do yoga, and then she order her body to die. By what? By the art of yoga. 6 months after, she is dead like the ant. And you are single again. Good for you. I mean, do you see how good my advice for people here? Do you see how priceless it is? Or for free. I should open a special clinic, like, call it, actually his name is Sadhguru, you know. I mean, this is sad. This is really sad. Now I know why they call him Sadhguru. Very sad. Anyway, relax, relax. Yeah, the poor Indian, they are dying from hunger and he's living in a palace. And he says, we need to learn how to receive each other. And then a guy, he asked him, what about the money is going to the wrong direction and you're... Suddenly he was going to kill the guy. I mean, Jesus asked you a question. A second ago, you were teaching people how we should accept each other, how to be friendly to each other, how we should accept that others don't agree with us. The second he asked him a question about money, boom, boom. Do we have any Muhammadan here? Who would like to go in the funeral of this ant? Who want to go and join the funeral of this ant? Don't tell me you will let this ant die alone. Now listen, imagine somebody is joining this broadcast for the first time. He opened the broadcast and he see a dead ant in the screen. What he will say? Okay, hold on. To make it more acceptable to be in the screen, let us run the news these days, because in the news there's nothing except this guy, he killed this guy, and Putin, he forgot his name. Sorry, Biden, he forgot his name. Putin, he is going to invade Ukraine, and the American, they sent the troops to Lithuania, but the war is going to be in Ukraine. I mean, do you see the support, man? That's genius, man. Putin, you know, he's scared now because Joe Biden decided to send his army to different country. I mean, the war in the country, he's sending his army to different. That's deep. That's so scary, man. If I'm Putin, I'll be terrified now. No. So the guy will invade Ukraine. We send what? 800 soldiers. That's a lot. 800 soldiers. That's it. Oh boy. Any Abdul here? Who is a Muslim would like to join us in the conversation? Yeah, he sent a few hundred troops to Poland. What they will do there? They will go to Starbucks. What a mockery. Any Muhammadan? Anyone? $1,000 troops sent to Ukraine? No, my friend, we don't have any troops in Ukraine. That is a joke. And what 1,000 troops with the Ukraine? You know, when Iranian they send a missile in Iraq, you know, the American troops, they've been ordered not to respond. I mean, this guy, if you want to take all of Europe, he can take it in 2 minutes. Nobody there to stop him. Don't ever believe in the news. Don't. And you know, just watch Joe Biden. He will make an agreement with the Iranian just for the sake of the price of gas, not because of Putin, but because of the election. They are trying to put the price down because in a few months from now we have election midterm in USA, and obviously the Democrats will eat shish kebab if they don't drop the prices. So he will sign an agreement with Iran. He will kiss their shoes to sign an agreement. Just wait. He is the one kissing their shoes because he wants oil to be in the market so the price will go down. We don't have a president. We have donkeys here. Anyway. Do we have any Abdul? Never believe anything they say to you in CNN or Fox News. Both of them, they are scammers. Both. They don't give a news, they have agenda. Well, you know, Ukraine is stupid. They gave their nukes. Do you know that the American is the one who paid for that? It was the American who stripped them from it. The American, they say we pay. The Russian, they took. I mean, this American, this country, America, we have a very screwed system, a very screwed government. We never have a good president. We get rid of the donkey, we get the second donkey. Anyway, any Muhammadan here. So what now? Nobody wanna tell us why Allah he opened a school of Harry Potter to teach the man and the wife getting divorced? Nobody? I'm so disappointed. Buddha is very poor, you know. Buddha is a womanizer and he don't have ethic. And the Buddha's, Buddha's priest, they prove that their ethic is really zero. And the example, go to Thailand, go to Vietnam, go to Myanmar, go to etc. You will see that prostitution is flourishing like crazy. Where is the Buddha priest? They only collect donation from the prostitute, but nobody trying to save them. So don't tell me, it's not about just peace or not peace. And secondly, the Buddha priests are not peaceful. They are the one who come with the martial art, special way of killing. So it is a misleading information to say that Buddhas is peaceful. They are not. They don't do suicide bombing like the Muslim, etc. But they are the one who really sponsor a special kind of fighting and art of fighting. You see, when I went to Asia, I was really surprised how a Buddha priest he walk, and there's hookers everywhere. Once I saw, I forgot it was a video or it was in person, I forgot. I saw two women fighting. I think it was a video. Yeah, a video. And then a group of women, they came and they start beating that woman. And the Buddha priest is just not even 5 meters away. He did not even move to stop the fight, as if he saw nothing. Are we blind? We are not. Any Muhammadan? Well, Tibetan monk, I don't know much about them, my friend, but that will not change anything, because even the Tibetan monk, this is not a religion. This is like a collection of fictions and madness, like a million bills. We knock at them, and then we send our children, and they spend their life there, feeding lions and tigers. What is the point of this? You see, any religion does not exist to help the society, to improve the society, is not part of the society. It's satanic. So if I say, I want to be a person who pray to God, that's good. But I don't want to be a person who help the poor. That is evil. I want to be a person who pray to God, but I'm not going to speak to the king who is very filthy and he is being unjust. When we heard about John the Baptist, who the poor people loved him, and he lived between them. When the king, who is a king, not just anyone, he decided to do something unlawful, this man, he decided to stand for him and he paid his life for it. So the question is, where is the monks of the Buddhists in Tibet or anywhere? Where are they? Spending your life just to do meditation? That is selfish. Poor people giving offering to the temple and they are dying from hunger? That is selfish. Using religion to conquer and to control? That is again selfish. Do we have any Muhammadan? I don't want to hurt your feeling, but when I see somebody praying in front of a toy, that will make me laugh. I saw funny toys, a toy of an elephant, a toy of etc. And what is that? You will tell me this is my belief. I say this is funny for me. You get hurt? Yeah. You might say the same about me too, you know. You can say that, no problem. This is why I am a person against anything called yoga, because yoga is about focusing on yourself. And this earth is polluted because we focus on ourselves. As simple as that. I will give you an example about how focus works. People not only focus on themselves, they focus in a privilege. Me as an American citizen, if I have an Arabian, if I have a Somalian passport, I go to a country, you will kick me out. Me, the same person, if I go to your country with American passport, you welcome me. Why? Because you are selfish. It's not me, it's you. You want the money of the American, you don't want the poor Somalian. You don't want the poor African. So a person having money, if a person he have a Saudi passport, even though they do join ISIS, Al-Qaeda, just because they have money, America used to give them a diplomatic passport. Can you believe it? Any Saudi enter USA before used to get a diplomatic visa. Just because they have money. My friend, your Buddha is a toy. What, tell me both? Does Buddha even exist? What Buddha, you know, what are you talking about? We have enough selfishness. And the only one who can free us from being selfish is Jesus. Yoga make you selfish. Focus on yourself. Forget about the whole world. You sit in your ass and you are focusing now. Where we are dying because there's people who are doing nothing to help others. What about instead of doing yoga, go and help somebody is poor, someone, a woman, she cannot clean her clothes, she cannot wash her dishes. Do different things. There is many ways of yoga. And the best yoga is to help the others. Meditation is an act of holiness, not moving. A person don't move, he is not meditating. People need to respect America for helping so many around the world. I don't know if you're talking about American people or America as a government. If you mean American people, yes, American, they are very generous and they give. But American government, they don't help to help. They help for political agenda, and they are stupid. They just decide to spend $4 billion to Jordan. Jordan, 99.9% of the country, they pray to the death of America. So just because the king is our puppy, we give them $4 billion. So we pay tax, they give it to Jordan. Thank you very much for helping. What we, the American, get from the king of Jordan in return? Who is this guy anyway? Why we need to pay tax and then they give it to the king of Jordan? You tell me. How smart is that? They buy him, you know. The whole point is buying those kings, those corrupt kings. We will keep you a king, you know. Okay, you don't have money, we will keep you, don't worry. We will spend our money on you. This is the whole point. When Saddam Hussein was fighting Iran, we helped Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein is useless. Now we kill Saddam Hussein. Taliban was fighting Soviet Union, we help Taliban and we give them missiles. And we say with them Allahu Akbar and we send them CIA agent to teach them how to do suicide bombing. This is the truth. Al-Qaeda and ISIS, they are fighting the Assad regime. We give them $560 million Obama gift. The Assad regime tried to free the sides where it's controlled by Al-Qaeda right now in Syria. USA said to them, stop, and Erdogan is watching. This is the truth. They don't want them to kill Al-Qaeda. A few days ago, Joe Biden, he claimed he killed the leader of ISIS. What leader? Are you fooling us? They knew where he is for a long time. Why did not kill him? Because they are trying to push it until the election comes so he can gain some support for election. There's more than 80,000 fighters of Al-Qaeda in that territory. Why they are not attacking them? They will not. All of them, they are corrupt, my friend. Israel, they fight Hamas in Israel. They support Hamas in Syria. Can you believe it? Netanyahu, he opened a hospital in the border with Syria to support the terrorists, including ISIS and Al-Qaeda. So in Israel, we fight Hamas. 2 meters out of Israel, we give them weapon. And, you know. Hypocrisy and garbage. Garbage in, garbage out. Never believe in what they say to you in TV. And never believe in any reasoning they give you. They have no reasoning. They have no dignity. They are false people. You know, when Putin, he take part of Ukraine, you cannot do that, right? But we send our army and we occupy countries for 20, 30 years. We send our army and we take the general of Panama just because we don't like him. We take, Erdogan, he take half of Cyprus. We do nothing about it. He take half of Greece. It's okay. If it's us, if it's our friend, it's okay. If he's our enemy, no, you cannot do that. That's the truth. Trump, he went to the office and he signed, I want to give the jawline height to Israel. Look, do you own it to give it to them? Did you hear the madness? What do you mean you want to give it to them? What about you give them your farm in Florida? Madness. And there's no ethic. It's a land of a different country. Why you are giving it to Israel? Never side with a person. Side with what is right and what against what is wrong. Don't side just because you're an American, or oh, you support Trump, or I'm a Christian, I will support whoever call himself a Christian. No. Always support what is right. If you are against people to steal your land, then don't allow other people to steal anyone's land. All right, look like we are out of customers for today. Well, as I know, African countries, I saw the program of Al Jazeera, where it says that Africa used to be majority Muslims, and now the majority are Christians, and the Muslims are not even 10% of the African population, according to Al Jazeera. And they said that even the Catholic, they were able to convert more than 800 million. They become Catholic in Africa. And not to mention the Protestant and the Orthodox and etc. So Africa, I see that Islam is shrinking, and Islam has no future in it, no matter what Muslims they do. Especially with the internet these days. I mean, knowledge is going so fast. You know, when somebody, he come to a Christian and he speak to him in Arabic, and supposedly now he refuted him. No, the Quran says kalima. Kalima doesn't mean word. You know, you can do that. But now we have Arab Christians who they are getting the ass of your prophet busted and making it red like a monkey. And African are downloading our books, watching our videos. Indonesian, all days is over, my friend. All days is over. You must lower the price to increase the demand. I'm not sure you're talking about what, my friend Sebastian. Some people, maybe they have a long delay of sound. You know, Asia, no, Fatima. It's very funny that you are saying that Jesus is a prophet, but is Muhammad is a prophet? Let us go with you. Jesus is a prophet. Is Muhammad a prophet? Let us see what Muhammad he prophesied about you. I think you are a female, right? According to Muhammad, you are going to go to hell because you have your period. Are you there? With her name as Safiya, whatever. This is the prophet, and this is his prophecy. And this is how smart he is. He claimed that women, they have deficiency in their religion and their brain. The deficiency in their religion, which will cause them to go to hell, and in the brain. The deficiency in the brain is they are stupid. The Quran says that witness of two women to one man. When they ask him, what about deficiency in our religion? He says, don't you have a period? I remember he was talking about going to hell. So you will go to hell because you have a period. And this is telling me that Muhammad is mental. Isn't it Allah is the one who created you supposedly with period? So why Allah will take you to hell for having period? Obviously the one is leaking now is Muhammad. I never heard of somebody teaching his followers that if you have a period, you go to hell. And by the way, do you know why Muslim women, they have period according to Islam? Who knows? Anyone knows why Muslim women, how women they get their period according to Islam? Who remember? Anyone of you have my book, Sex and Allah? If you have my book, Sex and Allah, you will see that according to Muhammad, in the old days, in the time of Adam and Noah and his children, women, they used to have one period once a year. Some story they say never have a period. But then there was 70 men and 70 women. They decide to have a party which is not separating the gender. A party where men and women, they meet. They are not doing anything wrong. It's just a party, but they are not separated. Because of that, Allah, He decided to make the women have their period every month. How you can beat that? This is saying that Muhammad must be a prophet. Yeah, they went to the disco, yeah. 70 men, 70 women, they went to the disco and they start dancing, drinking together, etc. And then Allah, He punished the women who did that to have their period. And then since then, all women, they have period. True story. Yeah. If you are telling me Muhammad is not being a prophet by saying that, prove it. And the funny, Muhammad, he says that women, they have a deficiency in their intelligence. Why he did not get the men period? I think he tried, didn't work. You know, this is Allah. Not always he can do things. Sometimes he can do, sometimes he cannot. Oh, Lord have mercy. You know, if you see how many, I'm not going to stay longer. If you see how many messages I receive from people from Nigeria, from Ghana, from etc., you will not believe it. I mean, we made really a revolution. We just yesterday, we have people from the Philippines. Soon we will make those Filipino shish kebab. Just wait. I am so grateful that I came in a time that this internet exists. Because if this does not exist, this internet, none of you will be able to learn what I know, and I will not be able to teach you and share, and you will never hear any of those things. So really, we are blessed to come in such a time. I remember not long time ago, maybe some of you in their 20, but 20 years ago, in order to go in the internet, you have to do DSL, call the phone is stuck, the computer is so slow, the internet is so dead. I remember once I made a video. You know, I used to use my camera. Imagine I opened the computer, because at that time I don't have like program to record the screen or all those things. So I bought a camera, which was very expensive at that time. I bought it in front of the screen and I record. Actually, there's some videos until now exist. There's a video, if you remember, published in the Islamic Republic of Iran TV. They were talking about the most Islamophobic, supposedly. They chose my video. And then I heard about it, and then I found it in Islamic TV speaking about my video. They chose my videos to talk about. Anyway, if you go and see that video, you will see how the screen is waving because I was using a video camera. So you make a video, even if it's short, 5 minutes. I start loading the video. I go to work. I come back. Still the video is not loaded. Do you believe it? I go to work. I come second day, you know. I start, I leave it. And then you lose connection. And then you start from zero. So internet at that time was really a joke, you know. So today, I mean, what we have is very different. Those young generation, they did not see what we saw. How the internet used to function. It was very dead. Useless. Almost useless. Prove that Muhammad comes for only Arabs. My friend, first of all, Muhammad did not come to anyone. He's an idiot. However, if you mean the Quran says that Allah, He sent Muhammad to Mecca and what is around it. So I don't believe Muhammad was sent to the Arab. He was not sent to anyone. This guy, he made himself a prophet. And, you know, nothing he claims is true. Any other question? And this can be found in chapter 42, verse number 7. How to prove that Muhammad is not from Ishmael? Watch the introduction. Even this stupid Uthman, he said, Muhammad was not Abrahamic. However, for us, it's very easy. You know, Ishmael is a son of Abraham, right? Abraham, his son Ishmael is from his wife, the Egyptian women. His wife, she took her son and she went and she married him to Egyptian women. So how the son will be an Arab anyway? If the father is half Egyptian, half Aramic, the wife, she is Egyptian. Where is Muhammad here? That's a very stupid statement. Right. But you know, when Muhammad and they are desperate to find Muhammad anywhere, and in the same time, if you go in the Quran, you will see. Sorry, my throat is dry. The Quran make it clear that the prophethood will be from the seeds of Isaac and Jacob. Do you see it? Chapter 29, verse number 27. So, and here the Muslim, they insert Muhammad in the translation, all the garbage. But in that verse, there's no. Always Muslim, they have to add tons of things in the translation to fix it, to repair it. Change the translator, you will see the following. And we gave Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And we are denied among his progeny the prophethood. From who? Isaac and Jacob. Where is Ishmael? Does it say that from Ishmael there is a prophet will be? No. Muhammad is a person, he is trying to find a place for him. So he claim, you know, Muslims, they claim that he is from Abraham. But if he is from Abraham, then he should, if he is following Abraham, then he should be following Abrahamic faith. So how he is from Abraham, yet he don't follow Abrahamic faith? In the same time, the Quran says clearly that before Muhammad, the people of Mecca, they never had a messenger or a warner or a prophet before. Muhammad was the first one. So how the Muslims, they lie and they say that Abraham was there and Ishmael was there. Where? In Mecca. Do you see it? This is a chapter 34, verse number 44. But we had not given them books which they could study, nor send a messenger to them before thee as a warner. Do you see it? I hope you guys, you are taking a reference. So, if Muhammad, he himself from his mouth, he is getting himself busted. He's stupid, you know? Really stupid. How in one hand you say that is you are from Ishmael, and then you say Ishmael never was there? Because look, the Muslim, they might say to you, oh, this is talking about the Arab in the time of Muhammad. No. It says, before thee. So even the people before thee, they never receive a messenger before thee. So when they lie and they say that Muhammad, he is following Abraham, that's a lie. And the introduction here, this guy, Sheikh Uthman, he says, he was not Abrahamic, he did not even know what Gabriel is. But in this verse it's confirmed that Muhammad, he came to Mecca supposedly, and there's no messenger before him, and no even a warner came before him. Somebody saying, are you a Catholic? My friend, do you know what Catholic mean? Obviously you do not know. Catholic is a word mean universal. The first disciple of Jesus, they are called a universal, which mean Catholic. Those were the one who they've been sent to the world to teach the gospel. They are called Catholic. Why? Because they've been sent to the world, universal. So Catholic is not a name of a church, but today is used. However, people who follow Jesus, regardless who they are, Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox, they are Christians. And this is the only name was given to us in the Bible. Anyone he like to have another name, he is fooling himself. The best name is a Christian. It is better name for us than the name of Christ? Never. Yeah, Salman Khan, you know, Jesus, he loved you because Muhammad, he will sleep with Mary. Can you believe it how filthy this man Muhammad, he claimed that Allah, he gave him Mary for sex, to sleep with her, the wife of the Pharaoh, the mother of Jesus, the sister of Moses, all they will be in the bed of Muhammad. So Muhammad is a very filthy man. He is trying to replace all the great names. He obviously he have a mental issues. You know, this guy, he want to sleep even with famous women, even if they are dead or they are exist thousands of years before him. Thank you, Lou. Anyway, do we have any other question? Before we finish for today? Why Muslims conceal each other's sin? Because Muhammad, he says, إِذَا ابْتُلِيتُمْ فَاسْتَتِرُوا, which means if you do something wrong, hide it. If you do something wrong, you should hide it. It's an order. And that will lead you into a corrupt society. And that is not new. I'm trying to find the hadith, but look like we cannot find it in English. Let us see if we find a different one. Same. Yeah, I cannot find it in this English website here. Yeah. But we can find it in Arabic for sure. You see, in the Bible, it's encouraged us to confess our sin. Where is the verse of 10 times suckling? Well, nobody can find it in the Quran no more because supposedly the goat ate it. So if you want the hadith where it's mentioned there was 10 times suckling verses, this is the reference. Small suggestion about H2O better than the sun. Well, first of all, neither H2O or the sun example really explain the Trinity. What we try to use it just to make it more easy to understand, you know. Otherwise, some Christians, they might say to you, this is idolism. There's some Christians, they are like Taliban, you know, they go out of control. They have a rock brain. So it doesn't matter if we use H2O or the sun example. The point is, which make it close to a person who is not a Christian to understand. The whole point, first of all, neither the water, neither the sun explain really the Trinity in the way it should. But when we explain about the sun, it's more easy to understand from H2O, because not everybody go to school and he know what this H2O. All right, there's millions of people, they have no idea what H2O is. So keep that for yours, you know, somebody have elementary school at least. However, the sun and the light and the heat is way easier to understand, or it is something we feel and we see. We do not need to be scientists. And the whole point is, you need to use always, if God who created this sun can do this to the sun, can make it visible as a star, can make it invisible as heat, can make it visible as light, but yet the star is still there, what about himself? Can't he be 3 and 1 at the same time? So we don't use them really to explain the Trinity as much to make the Trinity easier to, let us say, to have some kind of understanding of the ability of this God, which we worship. Okay, so, okay, whatever you say, my friend. Yeah. First of all, Jesus is not in a Hebrew word. You are a stupid monkey. Jesus simply, because they cannot write in the Latin language equal letters from the Hebrew or from the Aramaic. It ends with to be Jesus. Otherwise, even Jesus wasn't exist long time ago. This is a new word. But people are stupid and they say whatever they want. They have a lot of hatred to the Messiah. When he think Gog and Magog, we just spoke about it today. Muhammad already he think that they are exist and they came out, you know. This is why he woke up in the morning or in the middle of the night and he was terrified because today an opening for Gog and Magog. CP, the whole universe is a Trojan. Yeah, I agree. But you see, always you need to understand, when you speak to somebody not a Christian, this is the problem with us as a Christians. When we speak to somebody as he is not a Christian, we scare him. And I will tell you why. You will see somebody is preaching, right? Jesus forgive you by his blood, like to scare that guy. What blood? Hold on. Wait. What blood? Wait. You scared the guy. You jump right away to talk about the blood of Jesus. Many Christians do not know how to bring a Christ to a new person. If I am in the street or wherever I am and you come to me, by the blood of Jesus, I will be, hold on, you scared me. What is that? Blood? What blood? Remember, the Bible was written after the church, which means the churches exist before the Bible. So the Bible was written to explain what the preacher did by mouth. And now it's time to write it down. So the Bible written for those who they are in churches to read it, those are believers. So they knew what the blood of Jesus mean. But a person in the street, you don't go and jump to him and you say the blood of Jesus. First you tell him who is Jesus, what is the purpose of his coming, what he did for us, how much he loves you, and then he will understand by explaining his lifeline what it's mean exactly when you say the blood of Jesus. What some Christians they do, it's like Muhammad writing a story. They start from the end of the movie. You know what I'm saying? So before you jump to tell what Jesus did to them, first you have to tell them who is the Messiah, how much he loves us, how much he loves them, what he did for us and for them. And then we come to the point to tell about how the cross have a special value for us. Well, Allah, he have a womb. Yeah, actually, because the word Rahman is coming from the word Rahm. And this is, again, is not an Arabic word. It's an Aramaic word. Yeah. I can be Christian and Hindu at the same time? No, there is no such a thing. Either you are Hindu or you are Christian. What does that mean? How you can be Christian and Hindu? Either you believe that Jesus is your savior, or you believe somebody else can save you. There's no so-so. Either with Christ or against Christ. You choose one. And Hinduism is not even a religion. Hinduism is a collection of ideas and philosophies. And at the end of the day, none of those philosophies make sense. Like, you know, it's just a human being always through history trying to find out what happened, who is he, where he coming from. And then they come even with ideas like there's a temple for rats. And I find this is really crazy. I mean, how in the world you worship a rat and you think he is God? Human being, I mean, weird. Rats? Hey, Bon Ben Piton. Welcome back. Look here, one Muslim against every Christian in the chat. The power of Muslim. Well, if you have a power, call me. Potato, here we go. I will block you. I want to see your power in real. One you, one me. You're a potato. One Christian prince and 1 billion Muslim don't dare to call him to talk to him. The only one who call us is a mentally ill person from Nigeria or somewhere. His name is Ultimate Fort. I want to see the power of the Muhammadans, where it is. I want to see the power of your God. He himself cannot even talk to you. The power of Muslims. Yeah. To the point you need protection of the Kaaba from the American, not from Allah. I can see your power. How many Muslims there is in the other side? Why the Muslim empire destroyed by the Magnolian? Very simple, because the Magnolian, they were more savage than the Muslims. In the history, always when there is savage nation, they overcome civil nation. Especially, we are talking about swords, you know, sword. It's about being savage. When any nation, they used to be savage in certain time, and that would make them strong. Like the Roman. The Roman, they were savage, and this is why they conquer around them everybody. They were a warrior, war warrior. You know, they love war. But when the Roman became so rich, very wealthy, the Roman, they are not warrior no more. They have slaves to fight for them. And this is how the empire destroyed. So the Magnolian, they were pure savage, let us say. They drink blood of a horse. This is what they do. They shower with it. They don't even take a shower. So when the Magnolian came to the Middle East, the Arab at that time, they became civil. They are rich. They enslaved tens of thousands. Every caliphate, he have tens of thousands of belly dancers. The soldiers, they are just drinking and sleeping with women, tons of women, slaves, jawari, boys, etc. So, first of all, the Arab, they became a point of attraction because now they have a lot of money. They stole from other nations, those nations who they conquer. And this is what makes the Magnolian come. The Magnolian, they conquer because they are more savage. But when the Magnolian, again, they became rich and wealthy, and not savage no more, and they have palaces, they lost. So, as we say, history repeats itself. You understand? However, now Europe is advanced, right? And they have nuke, no problem. But now they become so civil in a wrong way, to the point they don't have children. So in 100 or 200 years, Europe will not be Europe no more. Will be no European. The majority will be African. I just saw the news about the people of Senegal. They are celebrating victory of their team in Paris. Hundreds of thousands. So who live in Paris? So the one who is having children now is African immigrant, Asian immigrant, all kind of immigrant, Latino immigrant, Muslim immigrant, not European. So Germany, maybe in 200 years from now, there's no German will be. So this is how empire destroyed. And now they are not going to be destroyed by war. They will be destroyed by not having babies. They will disappear. Very simple. All of Europe is suffering from this madness. People became selfish. They are practicing yoga, my friend, yoga. This is what atheism will bring to you. Yeah. I will not be sad for Europe if Europe goes and become a land of somebody else. Why not? They did that to themselves. Nobody forced them. They don't have kids. Okay. Somebody else will take over. Why don't try to go back to Instagram, Facebook? I don't want them. They give me headache, and I don't like them actually. I believe all those programs will shut down sooner or later. Just wait. We are not calling any Philippine imam, my friend. I don't know them. You can bring them if you want. Well, most of Europe, I don't know, but most of Europeans, they don't have kids no more. And if you have 2 kids, you don't have any kids. Even if you have 2 kids, you have 0 still. Because what happened when you die, you and your wife? Nothing. You just replace yourself by 2 kids. So still the population is decreasing. And that is the case in Italy, this is the case in France, this is the case in Germany, I don't know. Trouble in the market. I hope now the mic is better. Anyway, we order a new mic. We order a new mic, and we should have it maybe in 2 days from now. Then we will try it. It cost me $159, something like this, expensive. Because they said that this microphone, if you shout, it's a special. It's made for shouting. And as you know, this is what we do. We shout a lot. Yeah. The price in Amazon is $149. That's for the microphone alone. $150. Then you pay tax. And again, I want to say thank you for those who offered their help to buy the microphone. Already you guys are donating, so very, very wonderful people. Yeah, I think this microphone, for some reason, when I speak for many hours, the voice go bad. Anyway, we are replacing it in a few days. Just have patience. Most of my viewer is from India. No, not true. Most of my viewer are from Indonesia and Islamic countries. Actually, yeah, Islamic countries. Indonesia is Islamic country. Very small number from compared to the rest from USA and Canada. The majority is either from Indonesia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Philippines, and then Africa, and then Europe come after, and then I think at the end is America and Canada. Do you think USA will ever have a Muslim president? It's very possible. Why not? Because those Democrats are hypocrites. We have already Muslim President Obama. The guy, he said it clearly, I'm a Muslim, you know. Yeah. It's not really will. We had one already. But anyway, Muslim president or not Muslim president, all of them they are fraud. You never know. Maybe if we have a Muslim president, it will be better than the donkeys we have here. You never know. I mean, was a Trump a good president? He's a scam, like the same as the rest. But we vote for him because we are voting against the Democrat agenda. But in reality, this guy is a big potato. He's a coward too. He's not, in the war he hide. And the other day he was speaking and he was saying, Taliban are a great fighter, aren't they? I mean, have you ever heard of a stupid talk like this? This guy is stupid. It's look like it's not good for America to have a really smart person to be a president. They have to choose a donkey. So in America, we don't have really choice to choose a smart person. They bring us two donkeys and you say vote for which one. Trump or Biden? Actually, if you ask me, I believe Biden is more brave than this potato Trump. This guy, if the Iranian, they attack his army, he will attack them right away. Trump, he did not. He's a coward. Why? Because all what he wants is just to win the election. He's a potato. But again, I vote for him because if we don't vote for him, we are voting for abortion. We are voting for everything wrong, So we vote for the person, not because the person is good. but because he stands against their agenda. Otherwise, Trump is really stupid. I don't know Mike Pence, you know. He is not the ruler anyway. He was a vice president. No, he was not a good president. Our friend, he is the same as the rest. He is a corrupt too. And the proof of that, he went in the front of the White House speaking about Qatar supporting terrorism. And it's true. Qatar is #1 until now supporting terrorism. 2 weeks after, his son-in-law, he rented his building. This guy was facing bankruptcy. His building rented to Qatar for $1,999,999. And they rent the building for 99 years. Have you ever heard of such a corruption more clear than this? So Qatar could not find a building to rent in New York, which they do not need, except the building of the son-in-law of a Trump. Like, come on. And have you ever heard of somebody paying rent for the coming century in advance? It's a bribe. Why you want to buy rent? You can buy the building. You can buy 2 buildings like it for $1 billion. Use your brain. They speak about Hunter Biden. He is a corrupt. Trump is corrupt, and he met his Barbie daughter, a special consultant. Do you want more corruption than this? A girl, she sells shoes and purses, and she is a fashion girl. Suddenly she became taking the job, the most important job for the most important man in the world. No, I spoke to the Filipino people yesterday and we have a good conversation, but we cannot share with you because we are preparing for something. Yesterday, after we finished, we spoke to them. Don't worry. This is why I say to you, my friend, don't support. Look, I lost respect to Trump more. In October 6th, he told people to go to the Congress. People, they got inside the Congress. The day after, this guy, he went playing golf. People, they are in jail. You supported him. You go for jail for his sake. You call it for the sake of democracy. He is the one who will drive you crazy to go and do that. And then he said, I did not send them. Coward. He can burden them, all of them, before he leave the office. He can just sign a signature. Whoever involved in this incident, he is burdened. He is a president. He can do that. He did not. He was busy burdening some rich people. And his friends. Coward. He's not a man, my friend. He's not a man. They are a bunch of cowards. Still, we vote for him, and if he go for election, I will vote for him again. Why? Because what we can do, if we don't vote for him, we have those donkeys from the Democrat Party. Is the mic is bad again? Or it's fine? Anyway, guys, just wait. Maybe I should not go live again until I get the microphone. Let us see when I'm going to have the microphone delivered. When the microphone will be here. It's not even shipped. Can you believe it? It's not even shipped. Very disappointed. Anyway, thank you, Mark. Thank you, my friend. Don't take a side of any country. Don't take a side of a president. Don't be like the Muslims. They are hypocrites. They support anything. He's a Muslim. Always be truthful. I know some people, they get upset from me because I speak against Trump. My friend, I don't take a side. I was so happy when Trump he won, but not because I'm happy for Trump. Happy for us. We are against abortion and we are against all the garbage of the Democrat. But this guy is not good anyway. However, This person who is not good is 1 billion times better than what they have. We have no options. We pray that one day we will have a good president in this country. You know, we pray, but that will not be easy. And look now, things is going crazy in many countries. Like, look what happened in Canada. They have this potato, Trudeau, idiot. He keep putting rules, closing churches because of rules and masks and etc. And people now they can't take it. And look what happened in Canada now. They don't know what to do. Stores are empty. Truck drivers are not driving. Nobody want to go to work. And sooner or later, this guy, he will find himself homeless. Trudeau. At this point, do you really think there is a Muslim who would be interested to debate? It doesn't matter if there's a Muslim who is interested to debate or not. Doesn't matter. You know, I'm not here really just because waiting for somebody to debate me. I'm here to share my, whatever I know, my little knowledge with you guys. Who cares if Muslims, they can do debate or not? A Muslim who is a sheikh, he will not dare because he knew he would lose his career. And if he did, that would be a big mistake. However, good for us. Right? Good for us. We should be grateful that Islam is a stupid religion. The purpose of my work is to show you how easy it is to defeat this cult. But if Islam was a very smart religion, that will make it really very hard. I mean, it's very stupid and people have difficulty to tell and to share. What if it's not stupid? Look, Gog and Magog. A guy who built a dam between two mountains. Gog and Magog, who are people, they can live inside their left right ear. It's in the size of a tent. But they can have sex and have 1,000 baby. But we cannot find one of them. And the ratio of them is 1,000 to 1 a human. So if we are 7 billions, they are 7 trillions. Yet we cannot find one of them. So all this is stupid religion, and you Christians have difficulty to expose it. Why? Because we have ignorance. Because our churches, sadly, they don't teach us anything. We go to the church, the priest, he read for us the same what he read in the same day last year. My friend, those children, they need to learn. There is Jehovah's Witnesses, there is Mormon, there is Islam, there is atheism. The priest is not just a person who do ritual service. The priest should be a teacher. We don't have those teachers. We don't. And this is our problem. The Bible says, my people have been destroyed because of their ignorance. And our priests, sadly, they are trying to keep us ignorant. They are very good in giving you their hand to kiss it. They are very good if you invite them to have a barbecue. If they are very happy if you call them Sir, Bishop, Your Highness, just give them titles. But they will never open their mouth to speak about anything wrong. And if one of them he do that, they attack him. If one of them he say the truth, they will throw him out. What has Biden done? He did a lot. He made the price of gas is crazy. And the price of heat is so expensive. My feet is freezing. And what do you want more? A lot of things he did. What are you talking about? The price of houses is so crazy. Nobody can buy a house no more. There's a lot of things he did. MashaAllah. Amazing president. I mean, what do you expect? You got a donkey in the White House. I mean, the guy, the first day he took the White House, he closed all the oil resource. Have you ever heard of a donkey like this before? And now they are begging Algeria and Qatar to sell them gas and oil. Do you believe that USA today is buying ourselves? We are buying gas from Russia. Can you believe it? They are talking about putting sanctions on Russia. We are buying from them. I mean, this guy is certified donkey. But my friend, this is what you did to yourself. You deserve it. Have fun. Actually, if you ask me, I'm so happy of this failure. I know it's not right to be happy for such a failure, but I want those stupid Democrats for once in their lifetime to see how stupid they are. I will be happy if the price of gas will become $100, even more happy. So everybody will leave the Democrat Party. I mean, what a mental party. And now I understand why they choose the donkey to be their symbolic. Perfect choice. If there is any good for humanity can come from Christianity or a sister cult. Yeah, so as an example, you are a Hindu and you used to burn the women when the husband he died. So when the Christian missionaries, they went to India, they forced the Hindus, priests, not to practice such an evil thing. Yes, my friend, there's good things come from Christianity. As an example, Red Cross is a Christian organization. The biggest donator for the world is the Christians, not you, potato son of Muta. What you provide for the world? You make condoms? What is exactly you? The biggest charitable people in the world are the Christians. We spend money in people we do not know, for education, for food, for health. What do you make? You go around insulting Jesus. And then we say, forgive them, Father, they do not know what they are doing. You see how good Christianity is? And actually, if not a Christianity, all what those who they practice, they claim to talk about a human right, it is coming from a Christianity. The first time ever human race, they decide to cancel, to make a cancel for nations, it was a Christian nations only, and in order to spread peace. So what Christianity did, your computer run by the date of Christ. So if you are against Christianity, why you are using computer using the date of Christ? Ask yourself how stupid you are. And I bet you last Christmas you were celebrating Christmas and New Year, and you bought your children some toys, because nobody can make you happy except Christianity. Do you celebrate the Chinese year where the dragon jump around you? Go after the dragon. We go after Jesus. Anyway, people, I want to say thank you for being here. And I hope soon we will get our new microphone, so we'll not be disturbing you no more. I was trying to avoid buying it because I thought maybe this is a software issue. But I give up. I tried everything and look like it's not working. So we have to spend some money. I'm being cheap, you see. You have to be cheap sometime. Because I'm saving money because I want to marry 4 virgins. And then I want to go for 4 months for 4 honeymoon. And I want to buy 4 gifts for my 4 mother-in-law. So we can have 4, 4 time and 4 pleasure and 4 something, you know. And if you are wondering what I'm saying, you know the thing. But I hope, this is explained. And, it says dot, stop here, don't read more. Mr. President, don't read more. Okay. So, I stop here. I will not read more. Mr. President, yeah. Don't say what we are writing for you. This is just for you. Okay, so they are, yeah, oh, so okay, so you know, yeah, for, you know, like, okay, you know, Joe Biden, thank you. You know the thing, yeah, okay. Thank you very much, and yeah, no more question. Thank you, because now the monitor, the connection is lost. I cannot answer you because they are the one who answer, not me. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this is what the Muslims do. You put them in the corner. They say to you, it doesn't say that, CP. You show them what their prophet says. It doesn't say that, CP. It's weak, CP. You know, this is the answer. Joe Biden. You know the thing. Anyway, thank you very much for being here. We will not even end with the music. My voice is gone. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Don't forget to download the video if you care, because we will clean the channel soon from all the videos as usual. Until we see you again, God bless you. Love you all. And remember to keep the Lord, not only the Lord in your heart, try to be in the heart of the Lord. And how you can do that? By being a loving person, forgiving person. If you have a family member around you and you are angry from that person, forgive and love, my friend. This person who you maybe don't appreciate, you will not know how much you are missing until you miss him and this person go. People, they hate each other and they think they hate each other, especially, you know, family member. But when this person, he die or he pass away, they feel so sorry because they spend one moment not in good relationship with this person. After you lose the person, you will remember how much he meant to you or she meant to you. So don't waste your time. Live as a Christian so you can die happy as a Christian. There's people who learn how to live, but nobody learn how to die. We Christian, we learn how to live and die. In his name, happy, for we are going to be resurrected. For his name is powerful. For his name is holy. Holiness will come to our life. So he can cleanse our dirt, our sin, our anger, our hatred. Bring Christ to your house, then you will have a real house, which you never see before. Thank you. God bless you, and see you soon again. Take care.